to those who have learned to listen in the quiet, to those who have found strength not in the sun's fierce glare, but in the subtle hues of twilight and the deep resonance of an unmoving sky. This story is for the patient souls, the introspective hearts, who understand that sometimes the greatest revelations are whispered in the profoundest silences. It is for the dreamers who can perceive the nascent dawn within the deepest dusk, for those who believe that stillness is not an absence, but a potent presence, teeming with unseen potential. May you always find your light, even when the world seems shrouded in an unending shadow. And may you remember the profound wisdom held within the art of waiting and the courage it takes to truly listen. The world had forgotten the sharp clarity of noon, the vibrant blush of true sunrise, the deep, velvety embrace of night. Instead, it existed in an eternal, indecisive twilight. The sun, once the undisputed sovereign of their sky, the arbiter of time and energy, had simply stopped. It had stalled in its celestial journey, arrested at some indeterminate point between the nascent promise of dawn and the lingering memory of dusk. This unmoving shadow, this perpetual state of pre-day or post-day, had descended not with a bang, but with an eerie, unnerving silence that seeped into the very bones of the land and its inhabitants. The initial reaction was a bewildering symphony of hushed tones and bewildered glances. It was a disbelief so profound it bordered on a collective amnesia, a refusal to accept the impossible, the familiar, ingrained rhythm of their lives, the deep, biological imperative that dictated wakefulness and slumber, activity and rest, had been utterly broken. The sky, once a canvas of predictable change, now hung like a vast, unblinking eye, a silent, constant interrogator of their shaken reality. It was a question posed without words, an existential query that resonated in the marrow of every living thing. The absence of the sun was more than a meteorological event. It was a psychological invasion, a creeping dread that began to color their thoughts, their actions, their very perception of existence. Warmth, once a given, a comforting blanket woven by the sun's benevolent gaze, was now a precious, fading memory. The light, though present, was a pale imitation, a diluted echo of its former glory. It painted the world in muted shades, softening the sharp edges of reality, blurring the lines between what was and what might be. Shadows, normally transient entities, stretching and retreating with the sun's passage, now lay stubbornly fixed, elongated distortions that clung to the land like ancient, forgotten wounds. They did not deepen into the comforting darkness of night, nor did they recede with the promise of morning. They simply were, unmoving, unyielding, a constant testament to the sun's absence. This stillness was not peaceful. It was pregnant with an unspoken anxiety, a heavy, suffocating presence that amplified every whispered doubt. The very air seemed to hold its breath, as if expecting a grand pronouncement or a catastrophic collapse, but receiving only the unyielding stillness. The lack of true sunlight had a profound effect on the world's colors. Greens became somber olives, blues deepened to bruised indigos, and reds faded to dusky crimsons. The vibrancy, the lifeblood of the visual spectrum, was leached away, leaving behind a landscape rendered in shades of twilight. The people found themselves squinting, trying to discern details that were no longer sharply defined, their eyes struggling to adapt to a light that offered no true illumination. Children, whose laughter usually punctuated the bright hours of the day, now huddled closer to their parents, their faces pale and questioning, their usual boisterous energy subdued by the pervasive gloom. Even the plants seemed to droop, their leaves losing their crispness, their flowers closing as if in perpetual mourning for the absent sun. The pervasive silence was another element that began to weigh heavily on the collective consciousness. It was a silence that was more than just the absence of noise. It was a profound, almost palpable void. The birds, those feathered heralds of the day, their cheerful carols, usually heralding the dawn, were conspicuously mute. Their nests remained empty, their songs unsung. The rustle of leaves in a breeze, once a gentle murmur, was now an almost inaudible whisper, as if even the wind was hesitant to disturb the profound quiet. The distant bleating of sheep, the lowing of cattle, the general hum of a living world, all were subdued, swallowed by an unnatural stillness. This absence of sound amplified the sense of isolation, creating an eerie peacefulness that felt more like a tomb than a tranquil landscape. It forced the inhabitants to confront a quiet that was not serene, but pregnant with unspoken anxieties, a stillness that felt like a pause before an unimaginable event. This was not the comforting quiet of a world at rest, but a strained, expectant silence. It was the silence of a held breath, of a predator poised to strike, of a world holding vigil. Every rustle, every creak, every distant sigh of wind was magnified, scrutinized, and imbued with a significance it might not have held in the familiar cadence of a world with a moving sun. The people found themselves straining to hear something, anything, that would break the oppressive quiet, a sound that would anchor them back to a reality they understood. But there was only the deepening stillness, a silence that was becoming a character in itself, a vast, indifferent entity that mirrored the unmoving sky. It was a quiet that demanded attention, that drew the focus inward, forcing an introspection that many found unsettling. In this growing atmosphere of confusion and unease, a figure emerged from the quiet shadows of tradition, Stone Eye. He was an elder, his face a roadmap of years spent gazing at the heavens, his wisdom sought by those who still clung to the fading embers of understanding. He was renowned not for pronouncements of doom or calls to action, but for his lifelong, unblinking observation of the celestial dance, his deep well of ancient lore. His presence, even in this time of unprecedented disruption, was a beacon, a silent testament to a different way of perceiving the world. He carried within him the echoes of generations, stories whispered in the hushed tones of history, tales that spoke not of a sudden, cataclysmic end, but of a grand, cyclical waiting. His demeanor was one of profound, unshakable calm, where others saw a disaster, a terrifying aberration. Stone Eye spoke of a transition, a phase. His words, when he chose to speak them, were not pronouncements, but gentle suggestions, subtle shifts in perspective. He did not offer solutions in the form of frantic action, but in the quiet cultivation of a different kind of awareness. His quiet contemplation, his unhurried demeanor, stood in stark contrast to the growing panic, offering a counter narrative to the prevailing fear. He did not dismiss the unsettling stillness, but invited contemplation of its deeper meaning. He planted seeds of a different kind of hope, not one that demanded the return of the familiar, but one that embraced the unfolding mystery. He suggested that perhaps, in this profound stillness, there was a purpose, a hidden lesson waiting to be uncovered. The absence of the sun had ushered in a new era, one that the inhabitants of this land would eventually come to call the Great Stillness. It was a time when the natural inclination to act, to do something, felt both urgent and utterly futile. The instinct to rebuild, to search, to fight against the encroaching gloom was met with the unyielding, unchanging reality of the sky. Every effort to rekindle the lost light, every desperate plea hurled into the twilight, seemed to dissipate into the vast, indifferent expanse. This forced cessation of external activity created an intense internal pressure, a yearning for the familiar warmth and light that now seemed like a relic from a forgotten dream. The world was locked in a suspended moment, a cosmic holding pattern that forced a confrontation with inaction. The people found themselves adrift in a sea of sameness. The days bled into each other, indistinguishable, marked only by the subtle shifts in the quality of the twilight. The urgency that usually drove them, the natural rhythm that propelled them forward, had been stilled. They looked at their hands, capable of so much, and found no meaningful task to undertake. The fields lay fallow, not from neglect, but from an inability to begin. The tools lay dormant, their purpose obscured. This enforced idleness was not a respite, it was a torment. It created a vacuum, a space where doubt and fear could fester and grow, feeding on the unnerving calm. The very concept of progress seemed to have evaporated, leaving behind only the stark, unchanging present. The great stillness was a crucible, and it began to forge divisions among the people. Some, overwhelmed by the pervasive gloom and the crushing weight of inaction, surrendered to despair. Their fear manifested not as outward panic, but as a deep internal resignation. They became convinced that this was the end, that their world had irrevocably broken. Their faces grew gaunt, their eyes hollow, reflecting the perpetual twilight that had consumed their days. They huddled in their homes, seeking solace in the familiar, but finding only the lingering chill of the unmoving shadow. Their conversations dwindled, their shared activities ceased, replaced by a pervasive sense of futility. Others, however, found themselves drawn to the quiet counsel of Stone Eye. They clung to his ancient lore, to his gentle words of patience and perception, as a fragile thread of hope in the encroaching darkness. These were the ones who began to shift their focus from the unchanging sky to the unchanging self. They sought out the quiet spaces, away from the whispers of despair, and began to practice the art of listening, not with their ears, but with their entire being. They found solace in the shared stillness, a quiet solidarity that offered a balm to their anxious souls. These individuals, though few at first, represented a nascent resilience, a refusal to be consumed by the shadow. They understood that the absence of external light did not necessarily signify the absence of inner illumination. The narrative explored these contrasting reactions, highlighting the myriad ways in which individuals grappled with profound uncertainty. It was a testament to the indomitable yet fragile nature of the human spirit. The unsettling calm of the great stillness became a mirror, reflecting not only their fears, but also their capacity for hope, their innate drive to find meaning even in the most desolate of circumstances. The world held its breath, and within its inhabitants, a quiet battle was being waged, a battle between despair and a nascent, introspective hope, a battle for the very definition of existence in the face of the unmoving shadow. The twilight was not just a physical state, it was a metaphorical one, a reflection of their internal landscape, a canvas upon which their deepest fears and their most enduring hopes were painted. The prolonged absence of the sun was not merely an event, it was a profound test of their collective spirit, a silent question posed to the very core of their being. The stillness that had settled upon the land was not merely an absence of light, but a profound silencing of the world's vibrant chorus. The dawn, which had once been heralded by a jubilant symphony of birdsong, now arrived in a hushed reverence, as if nature itself held its breath, unwilling to disturb the unmoving shadow. The cheerful chirps and trills that had been the daily soundtrack to waking life were gone, replaced by an eerie void. Nests lay empty, cradling not fledglings eager for their first flight, but a palpable emptiness that echoed the sky's own vacant stare. The vibrant melodies that had painted the air with the promise of a new day had faded into a memory, leaving behind a quiet so deep it felt like a physical pressure, a muffling of the very soul. This absence of sound was more than a simple lack of noise. It was a tangible void, a vacuum that sucked the very essence out of the atmosphere. The gentle murmur of leaves stirred by a morning breeze, a sound that had always been a soft reassurance of the world's gentle breathing, was now reduced to an almost imperceptible whisper. It was as if even the wind, in its passage, felt the weight of the unnatural quiet and dared not to disturb it with any significant utterance. The distant lowing of cattle, the bleating of sheep grazing on dew-kissed pastures, the subtle rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, all the familiar hums and rustles that had woven the intricate tapestry of a living world, were now muted subdued, as if all life had collectively agreed to speak in hushed tones, or perhaps to not speak at all. This profound quiet amplified the sense of bewilderment and isolation that had begun to grip the inhabitants. In the familiar rhythm of a world bathed in the sun's predictable journey, sounds had been anchors, connecting them to their surroundings, to each other. The caw of a distant crow, the laughter of children playing, the rhythmic clang of a blacksmith's hammer. These were the threads that bound their days together, offering a constant affirmation of life's continuity. Now, without these sonic markers, the world felt vast, empty, and deeply solitary. Each individual was cast adrift in their own silent bubble, the unmoving twilight outside mirroring a growing internal stillness that bordered on desolation. The silence pressed in, not with a gentle calm, but with an unnerving insistence, like a held breath that threatened to suffocate. The quiet was not peaceful. It was a pregnant pause, heavy with unspoken anxieties and the crushing weight of the unknown. It was the silence of a world holding its breath, awaiting a pronouncement that never came, a resolution that was perpetually deferred. Every tiny creak of a floorboard within a dwelling, every soft sigh of the wind against a window pane was magnified, imbued with an unnatural significance. People found themselves straining to hear something, anything, that would break this oppressive quiet, a sound that would offer a clue, a reassurance, a hint that the world had not truly ended, but merely paused. But there was only the deepening stillness, a silence that was becoming a character in itself, vast, indifferent, and utterly unyielding. It was a quiet that demanded attention, that drew the focus inward, forcing an introspection that many found unsettling, even terrifying. This unnerving stillness seeped into the very fabric of their lives, altering their perceptions and their interactions. Conversations became strained, filled with long, awkward silences that no one seemed to know how to bridge. The natural ebb and flow of dialogue, once animated by the shared experience of a day's progression, was now punctuated by an uncomfortable awareness of the ever present quiet. It was as if the absence of sound had removed a vital lubricant from their social interactions, leaving them stiff and hesitant. The urgency that had once propelled them, the natural rhythm that dictated their actions, had been stilled. They looked at their hands, capable of so much, and found no meaningful task that seemed to warrant breaking the profound quiet. The fields lay fallow, not from neglect, but from an inability to begin. The tools lay dormant, their purpose obscured by the perpetual twilight and the suffocating silence. This enforced idleness was not a respite, it was a torment. It created a vacuum, a space where doubt and fear could fester and grow, feeding on the unnerving calm. The very concept of progress seemed to have evaporated, leaving behind only the stark, unchanging present, an unchanging silence. The inhabitants found themselves adrift in a sea of sameness. The days bled into each other, indistinguishable, marked only by the subtle shifts in the quality of the twilight. Without the audible markers of dawn and dusk, the passage of time became a more abstract concept, a more internal experience, and for many, a deeply unsettling one. They looked to the sky, seeking a sign, a sound, anything that would give them an anchor, but found only the same unchanging, silent expanse. The silence also began to affect the natural world in more subtle, yet equally profound ways. The absence of the sun's warmth had already begun to impact the growth cycles of plants, but the silence seemed to discourage even the most resilient flora from their usual exuberance. The very air felt heavier, denser, as if it too was struggling to breathe in the absence of its accustomed dynamism. Insects, whose buzzing had once formed a low, constant hum beneath the birdsong, were now seldom heard. Their frenetic energy seemed to have been dampened, their intricate dances on the air stilled. The world was becoming a canvas, painted in muted tones of light and a profound absence of sound, a stark and alien landscape. The people, in turn, began to exhibit subtle changes in their own behavior. They moved with a more deliberate, almost stealthy pace, as if fearful of disturbing the prevailing quiet. Their voices, when they spoke, were often hushed, their words carefully chosen, lest they shatter the fragile peace. Laughter became a rare and precious commodity, often suppressed before it could fully escape, a hesitant bloom in a barren field. Even their dreams, if they could be recalled, were reportedly filled with the same unnerving quiet, a silent echo of their waking reality. The world had become a cathedral of silence, and they, its hushed, uncertain inhabitants. It was within this pervasive atmosphere of profound stillness that the elder, Stone Eye, found his counsel sought with increasing frequency. While others were paralyzed by the sensory deprivation, he seemed to find a strange resonance within it. He spoke not of the absence of sound, but of the presence of something else, something subtler that could only be perceived when the clamor of the ordinary world was stripped away. His words, when he chose to utter them, were soft, measured, and seemed to carry the weight of ages, each syllable a deliberate choice to break the oppressive quiet without overwhelming it. He would often sit in contemplation, his eyes closed, his face serene, as if listening to a conversation that was happening on a different plane of existence. The world has not fallen silent, he once murmured to a group of anxious villagers gathered near his dwelling. It has merely changed its voice. The songs of the birds were but the morning's overture. Now, we must learn to hear the symphony of what remains, the quiet hum of existence that underlies all sound. His followers, those who clung to his wisdom like a lifeline, began to practice what he preached. They would venture into the hushed forests, not to hunt or to gather, but to simply be, to absorb the stillness, to attune their senses to the subtler vibrations of life. They discovered that the rustle of a single leaf falling could be as profound as a roaring wind, that the quiet beat of their own heart was a testament to a life force that persisted even in the absence of external affirmation. This internal shift, this deliberate seeking of meaning within the quiet, began to create a subtle divergence within the community. Some found the relentless stillness unbearable, their minds unraveling in the lack of sensory stimulation. They became withdrawn, their eyes vacant, their movements slow and aimless, like lost souls wandering through a perpetual twilight. They missed the comforting cacophony of the old world, the predictable rhythms that had given their lives structure and meaning. They saw the silence as an enemy, a suffocating blanket that was slowly smothering them. Others, however, found a strange solace in the quiet. They began to perceive the world with a renewed intensity, their senses sharpened by the absence of distraction. They noticed the delicate patterns of frost on a window pane, the subtle variations in the twilight's hue, the silent language of a shared glance. The lack of external noise forced them inward, encouraging introspection and a deeper understanding of themselves and each other. They found that the quiet allowed for a more profound form of connection, a communion of spirits that transcended the need for spoken words. They saw the stillness not as an ending, but as an invitation to explore the inner landscapes that had been drowned out by the clamor of the past. The children, perhaps most acutely affected by the shift, exhibited a range of responses. Some became unnaturally subdued, their usual boisterous energy replaced by a quiet, watchful demeanor. They would spend hours staring at the unmoving sky, their young faces etched with a confusion that belied their years. Others, however, seemed to adapt with a surprising resilience, finding new forms of play within the constraints of the twilight world. They invented games of silent charades, of whispered stories passed from one to another, their imaginations filling the void left by the absent sounds. Their quiet creativity was a testament to the enduring spirit of life, a small, persistent flame against the encroaching gloom. The elders, too, were divided. Some, steeped in the traditions of a sunlit past, despaired. They mourned the loss of the familiar, the predictable cycles that had governed their lives for so long. They saw the current state as a cosmic aberration, a sign of the world's unraveling. Their pronouncements were often laced with a deep sorrow, a lament for a lost era. Others, however, like Stone Eye, embraced the change, viewing it as a profound, albeit challenging transition. They recognized that the world had entered a new phase, one that required a different kind of understanding, a different way of being. They looked for the lessons embedded within the stillness, the wisdom that could only be gleaned in the absence of the sun's overwhelming radiance. The pervasive quiet was not merely an atmospheric condition, it was a mirror reflecting the internal states of its inhabitants. It amplified their fears, their anxieties, but also their capacity for resilience and their innate drive to find meaning in the face of profound uncertainty. The world had become a place of hushed anticipation, a vast, silent stage where the drama of human adaptation was unfolding. The people were learning, slowly and painfully, to navigate a reality where the most fundamental rhythm of existence had been broken, where the very heavens had fallen silent. This was the dawn of the great stillness, a period that would redefine not just their environment, but the very essence of what it meant to be alive in a world held captive by an unmoving shadow, a world where silence had become the loudest sound of all. The absence of the sun's predictable path had rendered the days indistinguishable, a continuous, unchanging twilight. But it was the equally profound absence of sound that truly disoriented them, making the world feel alien and unsettling. The familiar sonic markers that had anchored their lives were gone, leaving them adrift in a sea of unnerving quiet. The oppressive quiet, a suffocating blanket woven from the absence of sound and light, had begun to fray the edges of the villagers' sanity. Their world, once a vibrant tapestry of auditory experiences, the cheerful chirping of birds at dawn, the distant lowing of cattle, the comforting rhythm of the blacksmith's hammer, had been reduced to a monochromatic hum of stillness. This profound silence, more potent than any scream, had seeped into their very beings, amplifying their anxieties and fostering a gnawing sense of isolation. Days bled into one another, indistinguishable, save for the subtle shifts in the quality of the perpetual twilight, the absence of the sun's predictable arc, a celestial clockwork they had always relied upon, had left them adrift, their sense of time distorted, their days rendered a monotonous, unchanging twilight. But it was the equally profound absence of sound that truly disoriented them, making the world feel alien and unsettling. The familiar sonic markers that had anchored their lives were gone, leaving them adrift in a sea of unnerving quiet. Even their dreams, if they could recall them, were reportedly filled with the same unnerving quiet, a silent echo of their waking reality. The world had become a cathedral of silence, and they, its hushed, uncertain inhabitants, each lost in their own private, soundless world. It was within this suffocating vacuum that the figure of Stone Eye, the community's elder, began to loom larger, his presence a peculiar counterpoint to the pervasive despair. Unlike many who succumbed to the unnerving stillness, finding it a suffocating shroud that slowly extinguished their spirits, Stone Eye seemed to draw a strange strength from it. His eyes, weathered by countless sunrises and sunsets, now held a depth that spoke of a different kind of sight, one that pierced through the gloom. He carried within him the lore of generations, stories whispered not as tales of an ending, but as cyclical prophecies of a time of waiting, a period of cosmic dormancy before a reawakening. His quiet demeanor, his measured words, each syllable chosen with the precision of a craftsman, offered a nascent narrative of hope, a counter melody to the prevailing fear. He was a living repository of ancient wisdom, a beacon in the encroaching darkness, his very existence a testament to the enduring cycles of the world, even when those cycles deviated from the familiar path. Stone Eye, a man whose name was as much a description of his unyielding nature as a given moniker, had spent his life charting the celestial dance. His gaze had followed the predictable arc of the sun, the slow waltz of the moon, and the silent procession of stars for decades. He possessed an intimacy with the heavens that transcended mere observation. He felt their rhythms in his very bones. Now, with the celestial ballet frozen in an unmoving tableau, his lifelong dedication seemed to have culminated in this disquieting epic, while others wrung their hands in despair, convinced of an irreversible apocalypse. Stone Eye remained outwardly serene, his focus turned inward, not in defeat, but in profound contemplation. He did not dismiss the villager's fear, for he felt its weight too, but he refused to let it dictate his understanding. Instead, he sought the meaning within the stillness, believing that the absence of the familiar was not an absence of purpose, but a call to decipher a new one. One evening, as the perpetual twilight deepened its hues of bruised purple and ashen gray, a small delegation of anxious villagers, their faces etched with a weariness that went beyond physical fatigue, approached Stone Eye's dwelling. It was a simple stone structure nestled against a low hill from which the elder often observed the sky. They found him seated outside, cross-legged on a worn mat, his eyes closed, his breathing slow and steady. He seemed less a man burdened by the current desolation and more a sage communing with an unseen world. Elder Stone Eye, began Ilara, her voice a hushed whisper, as if even speaking too loudly might disturb the fragile peace. The children, they are growing listless. The elders speak of doom. The animals, they no longer sing. Her voice cracked, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. What does this mean? What must we do? Stone Eye slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, though clouded with age, was clear and penetrating. He looked at each of them, his silent acknowledgement more potent than any verbal greeting. He gestured for them to sit, and they settled on the ground around him, their movements hesitant, their faces alight with a desperate hope. The sun has not vanished, Stone Eye began, his voice a low rumble that resonated with the stillness rather than shattering it. It has merely paused, as has the world. This is not an ending, but a holding, a breath drawn before a new exhalation. His words were met with a profound silence, not of fear, but of careful listening. This was a narrative they had not dared to construct, a counter-argument to the encroaching despair. Generations ago, he continued, his gaze drifting towards the static, star-dusted sky. Our ancestors spoke of the great stillness. It is a time foretold, a period when the celestial gears grind to a temporary halt, not out of malice, but as a necessary reset. They called it the waiting. He paused, allowing the ancient term to settle amongst them. The concept of a cyclical waiting was not entirely foreign, embedded as it was in some of the oldest oral traditions. Tales often dismissed as myth in times of abundance and light, but now In the face of undeniable reality, these ancient whispers took on a new significance, a weight they had never possessed before. The lore speaks of a cosmic slumber, Stone Eye explained, his voice gaining a quiet fervor, a time when the world draws inwards, when the outward manifestations of life, the songs, the vibrant colors, the boisterous energy, recede. It is not a death, but a profound dormancy, a period of rest and recalibration. He looked at the villagers, his eyes seeking their understanding. The absence of sound is not an absence of life. It is a change in its expression. The songs of the birds were the morning's overture, yes, but now we must learn to hear the symphony of what remains, the subtle vibrations, the quiet hum of existence that underlies all sound. The world is not silent, it has merely changed its voice, and we have not yet learned to listen. He picked up a small, smooth stone from the ground, turning it over and over in his weathered fingers. This stone, he said, holding it out. Does it sing? Number, but it exists. It holds within it the memory of the earth, the pressure of its formation, the passage of countless seasons. Its stillness is not emptiness. It is a different form of presence. He placed the stone back on the ground, a gentle thud that seemed impossibly loud in the pervasive quiet. Our world, he continued, has entered a phase of introspection. The sun's light, which so often overwhelms and distracts, has been withdrawn, allowing us to perceive the subtler truths. The stillness, which so many fear as a void, is in fact an invitation to turn our senses inward, to cultivate the inner landscape that has been so often drowned out by the clamor of the past. Ilara, a weaver by trade, a woman accustomed to the rhythmic clatter of her loom and the cheerful chatter of her companions, felt a strange tremor of understanding run through her. She had spent years lost in the tactile creation of beauty, her world defined by the vibrant threads and the swift movement of her hands. The current stillness had initially paralyzed her, the silence a stark contrast to the familiar sounds of her craft. But Stone Eye's words, they suggested a different way of seeing, a different way of being. But how do we listen to this quiet? Asked another villager, a farmer named Kale, his voice rough with a blend of worry and nascent curiosity. My fields lie fallow. The seed does not sprout. The soil feels inert. Stone Eye nodded slowly. The earth, too, is in its waiting. It conserves its energy, preparing for the eventual reawakening. You cannot force it to bloom now. Instead, tend to it with a different kind of care. Feel the texture of the soil, not for its potential to yield, but for its inherent being. Observe its subtle changes, the way it holds the twilight's faint warmth, the patterns of dew that form upon its surface. He then turned his gaze to the children and the little ones, he said, a rare softness entering his voice. Their energy is not gone, merely redirected. They are the most attuned to the unspoken. Their games of silent charades, their whispered stories, these are not signs of distress, but of adaptation. They are learning the new language of the world. He spoke of the community's internal divisions, the despair versus the tentative acceptance. It is natural to mourn what has been lost, he conceded, but to cling to the past so tightly that we cannot see the present is a path to true despair. This is a time to remember that our strength does not lie solely in our ability to act and to produce, but in our capacity to endure, to adapt, and to find meaning even in the absence of the familiar. The elder's words were not a promise of a swift return to the sunlit days, nor a magical dispelling of the gloom. Instead, they offered something far more profound, a reframe. They shifted the focus from the terrifying, inexplicable permanence of their current state to the possibility of a cyclical transition, a deliberate phase of cosmic dormancy. This subtle alteration in perspective began to sow seeds of a different kind of hope, not the fervent hope for an immediate return to normalcy, but a quieter, more resilient hope, rooted in the understanding of natural, albeit extraordinary, cycles. The lore, Stone Eye continued, his voice growing stronger, drawing the villagers deeper into the ancient narratives, speaks of what is to be gained during this time of waiting. It is a period for the sharpening of senses that have grown dull, for the rediscovery of truths that have been buried beneath the noise of the world. It is a time for strengthening the bonds between us, not through spoken words, but through shared contemplation, through mutual understanding of this profound quiet. He spoke of the ancient ones who had survived similar periods, not by resisting the stillness, but by embracing it. They had learned to read the subtle shifts in the twilight, to communicate through the gestures and shared glances, to find sustenance in the quiet contemplation of existence itself. They had developed an inner resilience, a deep well of strength that was independent of external stimuli. Our ancestors, he mused, would spend these times in silent meditation, seeking communion with the earth, with the very essence of life. They understood that the absence of the sun's direct gaze was an opportunity to perceive the world in its truer form, unadorned by the dazzling brilliance that could obscure its finer details. They learned to see the luminescence of the moon as a softer, more introspective light, to appreciate the stark beauty of the stars without the overwhelming glare of day. The villagers listened, captivated. The fear had not vanished entirely, but it was being steadily pushed back by a growing sense of wonder and a nascent understanding. Stone Eye's narrative offered a framework for their experience, transforming it from a chaotic descent into oblivion, into a challenging yet potentially meaningful period of transition. He was not just an elder, he was a storyteller of the profound, a keeper of wisdom that, in this silent, shadowed world, was proving to be their most valuable possession. His perspective was a balm to their frayed nerves, a steady hand guiding them away from the precipice of panic and towards the possibility of deeper meaning. The whispers of the elder were not merely words, they were the first tentative threads of a new understanding woven into the fabric of their existence in the enduring twilight. He had given them a new lens through which to view their seemingly desolate reality, transforming their fear of an endless night into a contemplation of a profound cyclical pause. The twilight, once a gentle transition between day and night, had congealed into an unending epoch. It was a world painted in shades of bruised plum and muted ash, where the very air seemed to hum with a low, resonant silence. This profound quiet, the absence of bird song, the lack of wind rustling through leaves, the cessation of the distant murmur of the river had seeped into the very fabric of the villagers' lives. Their movements became slower, more deliberate, as if each action was weighed against the unnerving stillness. The ingrained urge to do something, to break the oppressive calm, was a constant, gnawing tension. They would instinctively reach for tools, only to let them fall. The expected clang of metal on wood or stone, swallowed by the pervasive hush. The very notion of a sunrise, a concept as fundamental as breathing, had receded into the realm of myth, a forgotten melody in the symphony of their current existence. This enforced inertia was perhaps the most insidious aspect of the great stillness. It was a silence that didn't merely afflict the ears, but paralyzed the will. Each day dawned, if dawn could even be used to describe the subtle deepening of the perpetual twilight, with the same unchanging sky, the same muted landscape. The sun, their celestial anchor, hung frozen in its position, a silent sentinel in the heavens, its light offering no warmth, no direction, no promise of a new beginning. This absence of the sun's journey had fractured their sense of time. Days bled into one another, indistinguishable, their only markers, the dwindling reserves of stored food and the deepening lines of worry on the faces of their neighbors. The natural rhythm of sowing and reaping, of waking with the sun and resting with its setting, was a forgotten cadence. Now, their days were a monotonous stretch of twilight, devoid of the invigorating rise and the comforting descent. The initial reactions to this unprecedented event had been a whirlwind of frantic activity. Men had scrambled to the highest vantage points, squinting into the static sky, searching for any sign of movement, any crack in the frozen celestial sphere. They had stoked bonfires, their flames struggling to push back the encroaching gloom, only to find their efforts futile against the vast, unyielding twilight. There was a desperate energy in those early days, a collective refusal to accept the reality of the stillness. They had clung to the belief that this was a temporary anomaly, a cosmic hiccup that would soon correct itself. But as the hours stretched into days, and the days into an indistinguishable continuum, that frantic energy began to dissipate, replaced by a heavy existential weariness. Kale, the farmer, found himself standing in his fields, the soil dry and unyielding beneath his touch. He had always found solace in the tactile connection with the earth, in the promise of growth that lay dormant within each seed. Now, the soil felt like stone, its silence a deafening counterpoint to the whispers of life he had always heard within it. He would kneel, running his fingers through the dirt, feeling for a hint of moisture, a sign of latent vitality, but found only a dry, uniform coolness. The seeds he had painstakingly sown lay dormant, a testament to the world's suspended animation. His instinct was to dig them up, to replant, to do something, but a profound lassitude held him captive. What was the point of coaxing life from a world that itself seemed to have ceased its own vital processes? The very act of farming, of engaging with the cycles of growth and decay, felt like a mockery in this unchanging twilight. Ilara, the weaver, sat before her loom, the colorful threads a stark contrast to the muted world outside. She remembered the satisfying clack clack of the shuttle, the rhythmic thud of the beater, the soft whisper of yarn being drawn taut. These were the sounds that had accompanied her creative process, the audible manifestations of her craft. Now, her hands hovered over the threads, hesitant, her mind struggling to find the usual impetus to begin. The vibrant colors, once a source of joy, now seemed almost garish against the muted backdrop. The intricate patterns she usually envisioned felt too elaborate, too energetic for this world of stillness. She tried to weave, but her movements were sluggish, her thoughts clouded. The absence of the familiar sounds of her craft left a void, an emptiness that her hands couldn't fill. The urge to create was still there, a deep-seated instinct, but it was like trying to sing without a voice, to paint without color. The doing had become profoundly disassociated from the being. The children, too, were affected. Their boisterous games of tag and chase, the shouts and laughter that usually echoed through the village, had dwindled. They still played, but their games were quieter, more internalized. They built intricate structures from stones and branches, their creations elaborate but silent. They engaged in pantomimes, their faces expressive, their bodies conveying stories that words no longer seemed capable of capturing. Their energy, once a vibrant outward display, had been turned inward, a curious adaptation to the prevailing quiet. Some villagers saw this as a worrying sign, a loss of childhood vitality. But Stone Eye, with his ancient wisdom, saw it differently. He saw a nascent understanding, an intuitive grasp of the new reality. The children, unburdened by the memories of a world filled with sound and motion, were learning to navigate this new existence with a quiet resilience, their imaginations filling the void. The communal gatherings, which had once been filled with the hum of conversation and shared laughter, now carried a different tenor. People sat together, their silence heavy with unspoken anxieties. They looked at each other, seeking reassurance, but finding only a shared bewilderment. The absence of the sun had not only frozen the sky, but had also frozen their ability to articulate their fears, their hopes. The fear of the unknown was a tangible presence, a cold shadow that clung to them, amplified by the lack of familiar sensory anchors. The shared meal, once a ritual of connection, now felt like a solitary act, each person lost in their own internal world, grappling with the vastness of the stillness. This enforced inactivity began to cultivate a peculiar kind of introspection. Without the constant barrage of external stimuli, the villagers were forced to confront their inner landscapes. The quietude, which had initially been a source of terror, began to reveal hidden depths within themselves. They discovered forgotten memories, resurfaced anxieties, and a latent capacity for reflection that the clamor of their previous lives had always suppressed. Stone Eye's words resonated with this burgeoning internal awareness. He had spoken of this time not as an ending, but as a pause, a period of cosmic introspection. He suggested that the world, and by extension its inhabitants, were being compelled to turn inward, to examine their foundations, to understand what truly sustained them when the outward manifestations of life were withdrawn. The great stillness was not merely an absence of light and sound, it was a profound alteration of existence. It was a world where the very concept of progress, of forward momentum, had been rendered obsolete. The desire to do something was a vestige of a world that no longer existed. The sky remained an unchanging canvas of twilight, indifferent to their anxieties and their yearning. This immutability was the heart of their struggle. They were trapped in a moment, a suspended reality, and the only way to navigate it was to find a new rhythm, a new way of being within the profound and unsettling quietude. The challenge was not to break the stillness, but to understand it, to find meaning in its unyielding presence. The sun's pause was an invitation to re-evaluate their relationship with light, with sound, and ultimately with themselves. The great stillness had descended, not as a void, but as a profound and inescapable lesson. The deepening of the perpetual twilight was more than just a visual phenomenon. It was a deepening rift within the village itself, as the unchanging dusk settled over their lives like a shroud. The inherent human need for explanation, for a reason behind the inexplicable, began to fracture their community. For some, the great stillness was an insurmountable abyss, a stark and undeniable testament to their world's demise. Their days, once filled with the simple rhythms of life, now became a heavy march towards an inevitable end. Fear, a cold and constant companion, festered into a tangible despair, manifesting in hushed, fearful whispers that spoke of endings, of finality. They saw the frozen sun not as a pause, but as a tombstone etched against a sky that would never again witness the dawn. In these souls, hope had withered like unwatered plants. Their resilience, once thought unshakable, crumbled under the immense pressure of the prolonged stillness. They would gather in small, somber clusters, their faces etched with a resignation that was as chilling as the unmoving air. Conversations, when they occurred, were laced with a fatalistic pessimism. "It is the end," they would murmur, their voices thin and reedy. "The gods have abandoned us, or perhaps we were never truly favored." Their gaze was perpetually fixed on the ground, as if seeking confirmation of their doom in the unchanging earth, or perhaps too afraid to meet the eyes of their neighbors, lest they see the same hollow emptiness mirrored there. Kael, once a man of sturdy optimism, now found himself wrestling with these very sentiments. The unyielding earth in his fields was a daily, tangible reminder of his own powerlessness. Each sunset that failed to arrive, each sunrise that never bloomed, chipped away at his innate belief in the world's natural order. He saw the desperation in the eyes of his fellow villagers and found it increasingly difficult to offer comfort, for he himself felt the icy tendrils of despair coiling around his heart. The instinct to prepare for a future that seemed increasingly unlikely, felt like a cruel joke played by a silent, indifferent universe. This despair bred a corrosive anger in some. They lashed out, their frustrations finding targets in the silence itself, in their neighbors, in anything that offered a perceived release from the suffocating dread. These individuals saw the stillness as a deliberate punishment, a malevolent force that had singled them out for suffering. Their resentment simmered, erupting in sharp words and bitter accusations. They railed against the heavens, demanding answers that would never come, their voices swallowed by the pervasive hush. They would point fingers at those who still clung to some semblance of normalcy, accusing them of willful ignorance or a foolish naivete. How can you continue to weave, Elara? One might sneer, their voice dripping with contempt. Do you not see that your threads lead nowhere? That your patterns are but dust in the face of oblivion? Such outbursts, though fueled by a desperate need to vent, only served to deepen the chasm between the villagers, isolating individuals in their own private hells. The very concept of hope for these individuals had become a dangerous illusion, a betrayal of the stark reality they perceived. They viewed those who still sought answers, who looked for a way forward, not with admiration, but with a profound, almost pitying scorn. To them, clinging to hope was an act of self-deception, a refusal to acknowledge the truth of their predicament. The children's quiet games, the shared meals that still occurred despite the lack of light, the attempts at community, all were seen as futile gestures against an unyielding cosmic finality. They saw their world as a ship adrift without a rudder, its destination a dark and unforgiving abyss. Their pronouncements were absolute, their conviction unshakable, and their pervasive gloom cast a long, dark shadow over any who dared to believe otherwise. Yet, amidst this encroaching darkness, a countercurrent was stirring. A subtle, almost imperceptible shift began to occur for a different segment of the village. For these individuals, the profound stillness, while unsettling, also acted as a crucible, forcing a deeper engagement with their own inner lives and with the ancient wisdom of their people. They were drawn to Stone Eye, not just as an elder, but as a beacon in the suffocating twilight. His quiet demeanor, his ancient eyes that seemed to hold the patience of mountains, and his words, steeped in the lore of ages, offered a different perspective. He spoke not of endings, but of transitions, of the world's deep breaths and the inevitable cycles that even the most profound stillness could not truly break. Stone Eye's counsel was not about action, but about acceptance and understanding. He reminded them of tales whispered around hearths for generations, stories of times when the world had seemed to teeter on the brink, when darkness had threatened to consume all. These were not tales of easy victories, but of resilience, of the human spirit's enduring capacity to find light even in the deepest shadow. He spoke of the great pause, a term he used to reframe the great stillness, suggesting that it was a period of introspection for the very fabric of existence. The world, he had said, his voice a low murmur that seemed to vibrate with an ancient truth, is not merely stopping, it is listening, it is remembering, and in its stillness, it bids us to do the same. These words resonated deeply with those who felt the suffocating weight of the stillness, but refused to succumb to despair. They saw in Stone Eye's ancient knowledge a glimmer of possibility, a narrative that offered a way to navigate the present without surrendering to its bleakness. They began to gather around him, not in hushed, fearful groups, but in circles of quiet contemplation. Ilara, the weaver, found herself drawn to his words. The inability to create had been a profound source of distress, a feeling of being disconnected from her very essence. But Stone Eye's perspective offered a new understanding. Perhaps her hands were not meant to weave cloth in this time, but to weave understanding within herself, to unravel the threads of fear and respin them into the tapestry of inner strength. She began to sit with him, listening intently, her own creative energy finding a new outlet in the absorption of ancient wisdom. The children, too, were a source of this burgeoning hope. Their quiet games, their imaginative storytelling, were not signs of a lost childhood, as some feared, but a testament to their innate ability to adapt and to find joy and meaning even in the most challenging circumstances. Stone Eye saw their inner worlds as more vibrant than ever, their minds unfettered by the rigid expectations of a world filled with noise and constant motion. He observed them with a gentle smile, recognizing their intuitive grasp of this new reality, their ability to create elaborate silent narratives, to find profound meaning in simple objects, mirrored the very introspection he encouraged in the adults. They were the living embodiment of resilience, their quiet resilience a silent rebuke to the despair that gripped some. The farmers, like Kale, found a fragile sense of purpose in Stone Eye's words. While the earth remained unyielding, his focus shifted from the external act of planting to the internal act of nurturing hope. He began to understand that survival in this new world might not be about tilling the soil, but about tending to the seeds of faith within their own hearts. He started to share not just his dwindling stores of food, but also the fragments of ancient lore that he remembered, the stories of endurance and perseverance that his grandfather had told him. He would sit with others, his voice softer now, less burdened by the frantic need for action, and speak of the sun's slow return in ancient prophecies, of the moon's cyclical dance, even when hidden from view. This division, though subtle, was palpable. On one side stood those who saw the great stillness as an ending, their hearts burdened by despair and their minds consumed by fear. They retreated into themselves, their worlds shrinking with each passing moment of unchanging twilight, their belief in a benevolent universe irrevocably shattered. Their silence was the silence of resignation, a surrender to the perceived inevitability of oblivion. They saw the sun's frozen position as a definitive statement, a declaration of finality that brooked no argument. Their focus was on the absence, on what had been lost, and their conversations were lamentations. On the other side were those who, while acknowledging the profound disruption and the ever present fear, chose to seek a different path. They found solace in the collective wisdom of their ancestors, in the enduring tales that spoke of light returning after darkness, of life persisting through seemingly insurmountable challenges. They saw the stillness not as an end, but as a test, a period of profound transformation that required inner strength, introspection, and a steadfast belief in something beyond the visible. Their hope was not a denial of reality, but a deliberate choice to focus on possibility, to cultivate resilience, and to find meaning in the quiet endurance of the human spirit. Their silence was the silence of contemplation, a space where the seeds of a new understanding could take root. The village, once a unified entity, was now a microcosm of the human struggle between despair and hope. The unchanging twilight acted as a relentless spotlight, illuminating the deepest fears and the most resilient strengths of its inhabitants. The unmoving shadow of the sun, a constant, silent observer, seemed to watch as the villagers grappled with the fundamental questions of existence, their beliefs tested, their spirits forged in the crucible of the great stillness. The world had stopped, but the human heart, in its enduring complexity, continued its own intricate and often contradictory journey. The seeds of doubt, sown by the unyielding stillness, were indeed taking root, but in the hearts of some, equally potent, seeds of hope were beginning to sprout, watered by ancient wisdom and the quiet determination to endure. The very nature of belief, of what it meant to trust in a future when the present offered no tangible proof of its existence, was being redefined in the heart of this enduring twilight. The contrast between those who succumbed and those who persevered was not just a matter of disposition, but a profound testament to the power of narrative and the enduring human need to find meaning, even in the face of an incomprehensible silence. The air grew thin and biting as Stone Eye began his deliberate ascent. He left behind the hushed murmurs of the village, the futile arguments that echoed through the perpetual twilight, and the desperate scrabbling for solutions that seemed to claw at the edges of a reality that refused to budge. His journey was not a retreat from the community, but a necessary withdrawal, a singular pursuit of a different kind of engagement with the great stillness. He carried no provisions save a water skin and a small pouch of dried roots, for this was not a trek for sustenance, but for understanding. His path led him upwards, not towards the jagged, defiant peaks that seemed to mock the frozen sky, but towards the gentlest, highest rise of land, a vast, sweeping plateau that cradled the very heart of the mountain range. This peak, known in the old tongue as Sky Watcher's Perch, was a place steeped in quiet reverence, a place where the veil between the world of men and the silent expanse above was said to be thinnest. His pace was measured, each step an affirmation of the philosophy he espoused. The villagers, in their frantic energy, mistook his quietude for inaction, his calm for resignation. They saw his decision to journey towards the highest point not as a strategic repositioning, but as another symptom of his detachment, a further retreat from the tangible problems that gnawed at their collective sanity. They did not comprehend that his ascent was a profoundly active choice, a deliberate positioning of himself at the threshold of what he believed was the source of their predicament, or at least the place where its secrets might finally be whispered. He moved with the unhurried grace of a river flowing towards the sea, his intention not to conquer the mountain, but to become one with its stillness, to attune himself to the subtle vibrations that might emanate from the celestial body that had ceased its motion. The landscape shifted with each rise in altitude. The hardy, wind-sculpted trees that clung to the lower slopes gave way to a starker beauty. Gnarled, low-lying bushes, their leaves a muted palette of ochre and rust, became the dominant flora, their roots gripping tenaciously to the rocky soil. The wind, which had been a mere whisper in the village, now sang a constant, mournful tune, whipping around Stone Eye's weathered cloak and tugging at his gray hair. Yet he felt no chill. His body, attuned to the rhythms of nature and long accustomed to periods of patient observation, responded not with discomfort, but with a heightened awareness. The wind carried scents that spoke of distant snowfields and ancient stone, a symphony of olfactory information that his mind began to meticulously catalog. He reached a point where the very concept of path dissolved into a mosaic of stone and scree. Here, his journey became a more intimate negotiation with the earth. He tested each foothold, his bare feet, toughened by years of life, lived close to the ground, finding purchase on surfaces that would have sent a less grounded soul tumbling. He was not merely walking, he was reading the mountain, deciphering its silent language through the pressure beneath his soles, the subtle shifts in balance, the very texture of the rock. The mountain, like the sky, was vast and silent, but Stone Eye believed that both held reservoirs of unspoken truths, truths that could only be accessed through profound stillness and an unwavering commitment to listen. The perpetual twilight, which had seemed oppressive in the village, here took on a different quality. It was still the same unchanging dimness, the same absence of direct sunlight, but from this elevated vantage point, it felt less like a shroud and more like a vast, overarching canvas. The distant, frozen sun, a dull disk of muted light seemed to hang suspended, a celestial question mark in the heart of the skies. Stone Eye paused, his gaze fixed upon it. He did not see a symbol of doom, but an enigma, a puzzle that the world was presenting for contemplation. He imagined the very air around the sun vibrating, not with heat, but with a profound, resonant silence, a silence that contained the echo of its final, arrested movement. His objective was not to find a place to huddle against the cold or to seek refuge from the unnatural stillness. His purpose was to situate himself in a position of ultimate receptivity. He sought the highest point not for the view, but for the proximity, for the feeling of being as close as possible to the silent heavens. He envisioned himself as a conduit, a living antenna designed to pick up the faintest transmissions from the cosmic quietude. He was not waiting for a divine pronouncement, nor for a miraculous intervention. He was waiting for an understanding, an intuitive apprehension of the forces at play, a knowledge that transcended the need for spoken words or visible signs. He remembered the stories his grandmother used to tell, tales of the sky, not as an empty void, but as a sentient entity, a vast consciousness that experienced its own cycles of activity and repose. She spoke of sky's sigh, a breath so deep and prolonged that it could momentarily still the stars, and of earth's dream, a slumber so profound that the world itself seemed to hold its breath. These were not mere fables, but metaphors for the deep, interconnected rhythms of existence, rhythms that, to Stone Eye, were now being profoundly disrupted. He believed that the great stillness was not an arbitrary cessation, but a symptom of a deeper imbalance, a celestial malady that required not a cure administered from below, but an understanding gleaned from above. As he climbed, the sounds of the village faded completely, replaced by the omnipresent whisper of the wind and the occasional resonant clatter of loose stones underfoot. He welcomed this auditory purification. It was a necessary shedding of the distractions, the anxieties, the clamor that obscured the subtler frequencies of existence. He found a certain solace in the starkness of the terrain, the absence of the familiar, the shedding of the superficial allowed him to focus on the fundamental. The mountain offered a mirror to the sky, both vast, silent, and demanding of a different kind of perception. He reached a point where the ground began to flatten, revealing the expansive, windswept plateau that was his destination. It was a desolate, beautiful expanse, a sea of gray rock and sparse, hardy vegetation stretching towards the muted horizon. The light here was even more diffused, the shadows long and indistinct, as if the very concept of distinct light and shadow had been blurred by the unchanging dusk. He walked to the very edge of the plateau, a precipice that offered an unobstructed view of the frozen sun. Here he chose his spot. It was not a place of comfort, but of purpose. A large, smooth boulder, worn by countless ages of wind and rain, offered a natural seat. He settled himself upon it, his back straight, his body aligned with the direction of the suspended sun. He did not close his eyes. Instead, he let them soften, his gaze becoming unfocused, encompassing the entire panorama without clinging to any single detail. He was not observing, he was receiving. He was opening himself to the possibility that the silence was not an absence of sound, but a different kind of communication, a language spoken not in vibrations of air, but in the subtle shifts of cosmic energy, in the very essence of stillness itself. His ascent was complete, but his journey had just begun. He was now in a state of profound waiting, a deliberate act of stillness that mirrored the stillness of the world. He was not a supplicant begging for answers, but a student seeking to learn. He would remain here, listening to the silence, discerning the patterns within the stasis, hoping to find a thread of understanding in the vast, unbroken tapestry of the great stillness. His purpose was to understand the nature of this pause, to feel its pulse, and perhaps, through this deep communion, to perceive the way forward, not just for himself, but for the village that had begun to fracture under the weight of the unchanging twilight. He was Stone-Eye, and he was listening. Stone-Eye, seated upon the ancient boulder, his gaze unfocused yet encompassing, felt the truth of his conviction deepen with every passing moment. The wind, a constant presence, was no longer just an external force buffeting his form, but a subtle messenger carrying whispers from the heart of the stillness. He understood that the villagers' desperation, their frantic attempts to impose their will upon the frozen sky, were akin to a child trying to force a wilting flower to bloom by shouting at it. True change, true restoration did not come from imposition, but from alignment. His philosophy, which had been met with skepticism, even scorn, in the hushed, anxious halls of the village, was not about relinquishing action, but about fundamentally redefining it. It was a transition from the desperate scrabbling of the surface to the profound, often invisible, currents that flowed beneath. He had spoken of this before, his words often lost in the cacophony of fear and despair. You seek to mend the sky with your hands, he had told them, his voice a calm counterpoint to their rising panic. But the sky is not a broken tool to be hammered back into shape. It is a living thing, breathing a rhythm that has been interrupted. Our task is not to force its return, but to understand why it paused and to coax it back into its natural dance. He spoke of a cosmic harmony, a celestial song that resonated through the very fabric of existence. This song, he believed, was not a melody of bright sunlight and warmth, but a complex, ever-shifting symphony of energies, a delicate balance of forces that govern the turning of days and the shifting of seasons. The great stillness, therefore, was not an absence, but a disruption of this song, a discordant note that had silenced the vast orchestra of the heavens. This perspective demanded a radical reorientation of their understanding. For generations, their lives had been dictated by the tangible, the predictable cycles of sun and moon. Cause and effect were straightforward. Plant the seeds, and they would grow, follow the sun's arc, and the seasons would turn. But now, the fundamental cause, the movement of the sun, had ceased. This left them adrift, their established frameworks for understanding the world shattered. They looked for a physical cause, a celestial blight, a cosmic accident, and in their confusion, they sought a physical solution, a way to literally restart the stopped heart of the sky. Stone Eye, however, proposed a listening that transcended the physical. It was not about hearing sounds, but about sensing vibrations, about attuning their entire being to the subtle currents of existence. Listen not with your ears, he would urge, his gaze sweeping across their anxious faces, but with your spirit. Feel the stillness, not as an emptiness, but as a presence. The sun has not vanished, it has merely ceased its outward expression, its light, its warmth, its rhythm. These are not gone, but held in a different state of being. We must learn to perceive this state. This required a profound act of inner stillness, a quietude that was diametrically opposed to the frantic energy that had gripped the village. They were accustomed to external action as the primary mode of engagement with the world. If something was wrong, you did something about it. You mended, you repaired, you rebuilt. But what do you do when the very foundation of your reality, the celestial clockwork, has stopped? Stone Eye's answer was to cease doing and to begin to be present, to be aware, to be receptive. He recognized that this shift was not merely intellectual, it was visceral. It required them to move beyond the comforting certainty of the physical senses and to embrace the often unsettling landscape of intuition and inner knowing. The spirit, he explained, was like a finely tuned instrument capable of perceiving frequencies far beyond the range of ordinary hearing. The great stillness was a silence that vibrated with information, a language spoken not in the vibrations of air, but in the subtle resonances of the cosmos. Imagine, he had once said, drawing a circle in the dust with his finger, that the sun is not merely a ball of fire, but a great heart beating out the rhythm of our world. And the sky, the vast expanse above us, is not empty space, but the vast lungs that inhale and exhale with its beat. What happens when the heart falters? Does it need a stronger blow, or does it need to be soothed, its rhythm understood, its connection to the greater body reestablished? His words were met with a heavy silence, the weight of their incomprehension pressing down even heavier than the perpetual twilight. He understood that to truly listen, they needed to shed the layers of ingrained habit and ingrained fear. Their ears were attuned to the sounds of struggle, the cries of hunger, the arguments born of desperation. These were the sounds of a world that was actively fighting against its present reality. But the great stillness spoke in a different tongue, a language of subtle shifts, of resonant frequencies, of an almost imperceptible hum that lay beneath the apparent void. To hear it, they needed to quiet the clamor within themselves. This was the essence of his teachings on attunement. It was about aligning their internal state with the subtle energetic fields that permeated existence. It was about becoming a resonant chamber for the cosmic song, allowing its vibrations to flow through them, to inform them, to guide them. This required a profound act of surrender, not to despair, but to a deeper, more fundamental order of things. It meant letting go of the desperate need to control and embracing the wisdom of receptivity. He often used metaphors from the natural world, drawing parallels between the human experience and the cycles of the earth. He would speak of the quiet patience of a seed buried in the frozen soil, waiting for the unseen signals of spring. It did not rage against the frost. It did not demand the sun's premature return. It simply held its potential, attuned to the deep, slow currents of the earth, waiting for the opportune moment. This waiting, he stressed, was not passive. It was an active, energetic holding, a form of listening with the roots, with the very core of its being. The mountain itself listens, he would say, gesturing towards the silent, immense forms that surrounded them. It does not cry out when the snow falls, nor does it beg for the thaw. It absorbs, it endures, and in its stillness, it holds the memory of countless seasons, the whispers of winds from ages past. It is a monument to patient receptivity, and so must we become. This shift in perspective meant that what appeared to be inaction was, in fact, the most profound form of engagement. Stone Eye's own presence on the plateau was a testament to this. He was not passively waiting for the sun to reappear. He was actively engaged in the process of cosmic listening. He was opening himself, becoming a living antenna designed to pick up the subtle messages encoded within the stillness. His stillness was not an absence of activity, but a profound internal orchestration, a focused intention to resonate with the underlying truth of the situation. He knew that the villagers found his approach frustrating, even maddening. They saw his quietude as an abdication of responsibility, his emphasis on inner listening as a form of denial. While you sit and listen, they would challenge, their voices strained. Our stores dwindle. Our children grow weaker. We need action, not philosophy. And Stone Eye understood their fear, their desperate need for tangible results. But he also knew that the action they craved was fundamentally misdirected, a continuation of the very impulse that had perhaps contributed to the disruption in the first place, an attempt to impose the limited will of humanity upon the vast, intricate dance of the cosmos. His teachings were not about ignoring the physical realities of their plight, but about understanding that true solutions emerged from a deeper, more aligned source. If they could learn to hear the cosmic song, to understand the rhythm that had been broken, they would naturally discover the correct actions to facilitate its restoration. This was not about finding a switch to flip or a lever to pull. It was about rejoining the flow, about allowing the natural currents of existence to guide their steps. He felt a profound empathy for their struggle, for the gnawing fear that permeated their lives. He knew that the world they had always known, a world of predictable cycles and tangible certainties, had been abruptly replaced by a reality that defied their understanding, their attempts to cling to the old ways, to force the familiar patterns to reassert themselves, were understandable. But the path forward, he believed, lay in embracing the unknown, in learning to navigate by the subtle compass of the spirit. The great stillness was not merely a phenomenon to be endured, it was a profound teacher. It offered an opportunity for humanity to evolve, to transcend its reliance on external cues, and to discover the immense power of its own inner landscape. Stone Eye's philosophy was an invitation to embark on this evolutionary journey, to step beyond the physical, and to engage with the deeper, more resonant dimensions of existence. He saw the stillness not as an end, but as a profound pause, a moment of cosmic introspection that offered the potential for a deeper, more harmonious reawakening. His journey to the plateau was not an escape, but a commitment to understanding the very nature of that pause, to deciphering the silent language of the celestial heart. He was not waiting for a miracle. He was cultivating the conditions for a profound understanding, an understanding that he believed held the key to not just their survival, but to their true alignment with the universe. The profound silence that had descended upon their world was not a void to be filled, but a presence to be acknowledged. Stone Eye understood that the villagers, desperate for the sun's return, were trying to impose their will upon a reality that had shifted its fundamental rhythm. Their frantic actions, their pronouncements of doom, were the outward manifestations of an inner turmoil. They were attempting to shout down the silence, to drown out the subtle whispers that the stillness carried. But the stillness, he knew, was not a passive emptiness. It was a fertile ground, pregnant with unspoken knowledge, waiting for the right kind of receptivity. He had spoken of this inner stillness not as an absence of all activity, but as a redirection of energy. It was a conscious turning inward, a deliberate quieting of the ceaseless chatter of the mind. The mind, a relentless engine of thought and worry, was the greatest obstacle to hearing the subtler frequencies of existence. It was like a constantly churning sea, its waves obscuring the depths below. To truly listen, one had to calm that sea, to allow the waters to settle until the hidden currents and the submerged truths could be perceived. This was the essence of his teaching, the art of listening with the spirit, not just the ears. The sun has not vanished, Stone Eye would reiterate, his voice a balm against the rising tide of their fear. Its light is not extinguished, but perhaps gathered, held in reserve. And the warmth, it is not gone, but transformed. You seek it in the sky, but the true source of light, the ultimate warmth, resides not in the celestial sphere, but within the core of your own being. This was a radical idea, one that challenged their deeply ingrained reliance on the external world for validation and sustenance. They looked to the sky for direction, to the sun for life, to suggest that these fundamental elements could be found, or at least mirrored, within themselves was almost heresy. He explained that in the absence of the sun's predictable radiance, the inner landscape of the individual became the primary source of illumination. It was in this internal quietude that one could begin to perceive the subtle, energetic currents that the great stillness had unveiled. These were not the boisterous, assertive energies of sunlight and heat, but the gentle, persistent forces that governed growth and transformation at a deeper level. It was the energy of the earth, drawing nourishment from unseen reserves. It was the quiet resilience of a seed pushing through frozen soil. These were the energies that resonated with the stillness, and it was these energies that they needed to learn to access. Cultivating this inner stillness, Stone Eye explained, was not a passive act of resignation. It was a dynamic process of intentional focus, a rigorous discipline of self awareness. It required a conscious effort to detach from the external chaos, the dwindling food supplies, the gnawing fear, the endless debates, and to anchor oneself in the quiet space within. This space was not a refuge from the world, but a sanctuary from the overwhelming noise that prevented them from understanding the world's deeper language. He often used the analogy of a perfectly crafted bowl. A bowl, he would say, is defined not by the clay that forms its rim, but by the empty space within. It is this emptiness that allows it to hold water, to cradle sustenance. Similarly, true understanding, true connection, was not found in the fullness of external stimuli, but in the cultivated emptiness within the self, an emptiness that was receptive and capable of holding profound truths. When the world outside is too loud, Stone Eye would advise, his gaze steady and unwavering, turn your attention inward. Find the quiet pool within your own consciousness. Let the frantic ripples of anxiety subside. Breathe into that stillness. Feel its depth, its breadth. This is where the true listening begins. He understood that this was a difficult concept to grasp, especially when their immediate survival was at stake. The instinct for action, for tangible effort, was deeply ingrained, but he maintained that the action they were currently engaged in, the panicked search for external solutions, was a symptom of their disconnection, not a cure. The stillness, as he perceived it, was a form of cosmic punctuation, a pause in the grand narrative of existence. It was an invitation to reflect, to re-evaluate, to attune their internal compass to a different set of celestial bearings. And these bearings were not to be found by looking up at a silent sky, but by looking within. The light they sought, the warmth they craved, were not lost. They were merely manifesting in a different form, a form that could only be perceived through the refined senses of the inner self. This required a fundamental shift in their understanding of power. They equated power with external force, with the ability to control and manipulate. Stone Eye, however, presented a different paradigm, the power of receptivity, the strength of inner resilience. He saw the quietude of the inner self as a potent force, capable of resonating with the very fabric of the universe. When the external world fell silent, it was the inner resonance that could truly speak. He encouraged them to practice this inner listening, not in grand, dramatic gestures, but in the quiet moments of their day, while tending to their meager stores, while gathering in hushed groups, while simply watching the perpetual twilight deepen. In these moments, he urged them to consciously quiet the mind, to observe their thoughts without judgment, to acknowledge their fears without succumbing to them, to find that still point, that silent sanctuary that existed beneath the surface turbulence. Think of the deep ocean, he once suggested, his voice resonating with the ancient wisdom he embodied. The surface may be agitated by storms, by the winds that whip the waves into a frenzy, but plunge beneath those waves, descend into the deeper currents, and you will find a profound, undisturbed peace. That is the stillness I speak of. It is always there, waiting for you to dive beneath the surface of your own apprehension. This inner stillness was not a state of detachment from reality, but a deeper form of engagement with it. By quieting the internal noise, they could begin to perceive the subtle signals that the stillness was broadcasting. These signals were not in the form of words or audible sounds, but in the form of intuitive insights, of gut feelings, of a profound sense of knowing that arose from a place beyond conscious thought. It was a language spoken by the universe directly to the soul. Stone Eye's own presence on the plateau was a living testament to this philosophy. He was not sitting in passive contemplation, waiting for the sun to miraculously reappear. He was actively engaged in the practice of inner listening, of attuning himself to the subtle vibrations of the altered cosmos. He was a conduit, a receiver, calibrating his entire being to the frequency of the great stillness. His stillness was not an absence of action, but a profound, focused internal alignment, a deliberate effort to resonate with the underlying truth of their predicament. He understood the villagers' impatience. Their fear was palpable, their suffering real. They saw his approach as an indulgence, a luxury they could not afford. While you cultivate your inner peace, they would challenge, their voices hoarse with desperation. Our children hunger. The ice continues to creep. We need solutions, not meditations. And Stone Eye heard them, felt the weight of their despair, but he also knew that their frantic search for external solutions was like trying to bail out a sinking ship with a leaky bucket. The true solution lay not in more frantic activity, but in understanding the deeper currents that had led to the ship's distress in the first place. His teachings were not about ignoring the harsh realities of their situation, but about recognizing that the most effective actions would emerge from a place of deep inner clarity if they could learn to listen to the silent wisdom of the stillness, to understand the cosmic disharmony that had caused the sun to pause. They would naturally discover the correct course of action. This was not about finding a quick fix, but about re-establishing a fundamental connection, about allowing the natural flow of existence to guide their steps once more. He felt a deep well of empathy for their struggle. They had lived by the predictable rhythm of the sun for generations, their understanding of the world firmly rooted in tangible certainties. Now, that bedrock had been ripped away, leaving them adrift in a sea of the unknown. Their clinging to old habits, their desperate attempts to force the familiar patterns to reassert themselves, were understandable, but the path forward, he believed, lay in embracing the unfamiliar, in learning to navigate by the subtle compass of intuition and inner knowing. The great stillness, as he saw it, was more than just an environmental crisis. It was a profound cosmic opportunity. It was a chance for humanity to evolve beyond its reliance on external cues, to discover the immense power and wisdom that resided within the inner self. Stone Eye's philosophy was an invitation to embark on this evolutionary journey, to step beyond the limitations of the physical senses and to engage with the deeper, more resonant dimensions of existence. He viewed the stillness not as an ending, but as a crucial pause, a moment of cosmic introspection that held the potential for a more profound, more harmonious reawakening. His journey to the plateau was not an act of escapism, but a commitment to understanding the very nature of that pause, to deciphering the silent language of the celestial heart. He was not waiting for a miracle. He was actively cultivating the conditions for a profound understanding, an understanding that he believed was the key not only to their survival, but to their true alignment with the grand tapestry of the universe. He understood that the villagers' focus on external action stemmed from a deep seated belief that the universe responded to force and exertion. They saw the stopped sun as a problem to be solved, a machine that needed to be restarted. But Stone Eye's perspective was that the sun, and indeed the entire cosmos, operated on principles of harmony and resonance, not brute force. The great stillness was not a malfunction that required repair, but a signal, a communication from a deeper level of reality. And this communication could only be received by those who cultivated the inner quietude necessary to perceive it. When you're lost in a dense fog, Stone Eye once explained, using a metaphor that resonated with their current dim reality, shouting louder will not reveal the path. It will only disorient you further. Instead, you must stop, quiet your fear, and feel the subtle changes in the air, the faint vibrations of the earth beneath your feet. You must become sensitive to the less obvious indicators. The stillness is such a fog, but it is also a guide if you learn to attune yourself to its silent directions. He emphasized that this inner stillness was not about suppressing emotions or denying the harshness of their present circumstances. It was about acknowledging those realities without allowing them to dictate one's inner state. It was about creating a spaciousness within oneself, a calm awareness that could observe the storm without being swept away by it. This cultivated space, he taught, was where the true listening could occur, where the subtle whispers of cosmic guidance could be heard above the din of fear and desperation. He believed that the very act of cultivating inner stillness was a form of action, albeit one that was invisible to the untrained eye. It was an active process of recalibration, of realigning the individual's energetic frequency with that of the universe. When the external world was out of sync, the most potent action one could take was to bring the inner world into harmony, for it was from this internal coherence that true understanding and effective action would naturally arise. He saw the villagers' desperate attempts to control their environment as a reflection of their internal state. Their fear and anxiety were projected outwards, manifesting as a frantic need to impose order on a situation that defied their understanding. But Stone Eye's teachings offered a way to break this cycle by turning inward, by finding the stillness within. They could begin to address the root cause of their distress, not just its outward symptoms. Imagine a great bell, he would say, his voice a resonant hum that seemed to echo the stillness itself. If you strike it haphazardly, with brute force, it will produce a jarring, unpleasant clang. But if you strike it with precision, with an understanding of its inherent vibration, it will sing with a pure, clear tone. Our inner selves are like that bell. The stillness provides the perfect opportunity to learn to strike ourselves with intention and wisdom, to resonate with the song of the universe. He understood that this was a journey, not a destination. The path to inner stillness was not paved with instant enlightenment, but with consistent practice and unwavering patience. It required a willingness to confront the discomfort of uncertainty, to embrace the vulnerability of not knowing, and to trust in the subtle guidance that emerged from the quiet depths of one's being. The profound silence that had enveloped their world was, in Stone Eye's view, a catalyst. It was a cosmic interruption designed to draw their attention away from the superficial and towards the essential. The absence of the sun's external light was an invitation to discover the inner light, the inherent luminosity of the soul. And the stillness, far from being an empty void, was teeming with a subtle, potent energy, a language of vibration and resonance that could guide them back into alignment with the greater cosmic dance. This was the art of listening that transcended the physical, the profound attunement of the spirit to the silent symphony of existence. It was the quiet power that lay at the heart of true understanding, and it was this power that Stone Eye sought to awaken within his people. The perpetual twilight had not merely dimmed the world, it had fundamentally altered its voice. The absence of the sun's familiar chorus of light and warmth had ushered in a new symphony, one composed not of discernible sounds, but of subtle presences. Stone Eye understood that the villagers, accustomed to the robust pronouncements of the material world, were struggling to hear this nascent language. They were like musicians who had only ever played instruments that roared, now being asked to discern the delicate harmony of a hummingbird's wing. He saw their frustration, their yearning for the old, deafening certainties, but he also saw the potential for a deeper communion, a more intimate understanding. If only they would learn to decipher the silent script that was now unfolding around them. Do not mistake the stillness for emptiness, Stone Eye would counsel, his voice a gentle ripple against the sea of their apprehension. The world has not fallen silent, it has merely changed its dialect. Where once there was the clamor of the sun, there is now the whisper of the earth, the hum of the deep currents, the breath of the very air we inhale. These are not sounds to be heard with the ear alone, but with the entirety of your being. He urged them to tune their awareness, much like a skilled artisan tunes a finely crafted instrument to these subtler vibrations. The quality of the twilight, he explained, was not merely a lack of brightness, but a unique hue, a particular texture of light that had its own stories to tell. Was it the muted gray of a stone, the deep indigo of a distant mountain range, or the shimmering silver of a moonlit frost? Each nuance was a word, a phrase in this new lexicon. He encouraged them to become acutely aware of the ambient sensations that had previously been drowned out by the sun's overwhelming presence. The way the air felt against their skin, was it crisp and sharp, carrying the scent of frozen earth? Or was it heavy and still, pregnant with an unspoken energy? The subtle drafts that moved through their dwellings, no longer just breezes, but messengers carrying information from the unseen expanses. The very silence itself, he posited, was not a void, but a carrier wave, an amplification field for energies that had always been present but unheard. It was like holding a seashell to one's ear and hearing the distant roar of the ocean. The sound was not in the shell, but the shell, in its perfect form, allowed the ocean's voice to be perceived. Observe how your own breath sounds in this new quietude, he would instruct, demonstrating by taking a slow, deliberate inhale, the sound soft rasp in the vast stillness. It is louder now, is it not? It is as if the world itself has paused to listen to your own life force. This is the beginning of understanding. Your breath, your heartbeat, your very presence is a sound within this silence. And in listening to your own sounds, you begin to understand the language of all that is still. He would guide them to notice the almost imperceptible rustling of their clothes as they moved, the soft scuff of their feet on the packed earth, the intake of air before they spoke. These intimate sounds, amplified by the absence of external noise, became markers, points of reference in the unfolding landscape of perception. Stoney often used the analogy of a skilled hunter tracking game. The hunter did not rely on loud calls or flashing lights. Instead, they read the snapped twig, the disturbed leaf litter, the subtle change in the wind's direction. They interpreted signs that were invisible to the untrained eye, deciphering a narrative written in the very fabric of the wilderness. You are now that hunter, he would tell them. The stillness is your forest, and its signs are everywhere. The way the shadows lengthen, not predictably from the sun, but in response to unseen celestial movements. The frost patterns that etch themselves onto your windows, each crystal a unique glyph, the peculiar silence of the birds, not a silence of absence, but a silence of anticipation, of listening to a different rhythm. He would lead them on short walks, not to search for sustenance, but to practice perception. They would pause at the edge of the plateau, and he would ask them to describe the quality of the light. Was it merely dim, or did it have a certain opalescence? Did it seem to emanate from a single source, or did it feel diffused, as if the very air were luminous? He would encourage them to feel the temperature, not just on their skin, but in the stillness that permeated their clothes, their bodies. Did it carry a faint vibration? Was there a subtle coolness that seemed to originate from within the earth itself? These were not questions with simple answers, but invitations to engage with their senses in a profoundly new way, to push beyond the automatic registration of data and delve into interpretation. The world is speaking, he would repeat, his eyes scanning the subtle shifts in the vast, muted panorama. It speaks in the texture of the wind against your cheek, in the faint hum that you might feel in your bones if you truly quiet yourself. It speaks in the way the snowdrifts accumulate, not randomly, but in patterns dictated by forces we are only beginning to comprehend. This is not a void to be filled with our own noise. It is a presence to be understood, to be listened to. He encouraged them to develop a practice of deliberate observation, to dedicate moments each day to simply perceiving, to sit by the fire and notice not just the flames, but the way the shadows they cast danced and flickered, creating fleeting images on the cave walls, to observe the subtle color variations in the ice, the way it fractured and reformed, each crack a line of unspoken communication. He understood that this shift in perception was not merely an intellectual exercise, it was a vital survival skill. If they were to navigate this new era, they needed to be attuned to the subtle signals of their environment. The stillness was not a punishment, but a teacher, and its lessons were being delivered through a language of sensory nuance. The way the snow packed underfoot, the faint crunch, telling a story of temperature and moisture content, the distant calls of unseen creatures, their usual sounds now strangely altered, their very silence speaking volumes about their heightened awareness. These were all dispatches from a world that was still alive, still vibrant, but communicating on a different frequency. Stone Eye would often guide them to focus on their own physical sensations. Feel the weight of your own body, he would say. Feel the slight pressure where your feet meet the ground. Does that pressure change subtly as you shift your balance? That change is a conversation between you and the earth. If you listen closely, you can learn what the ground is telling you about its stability, about the hidden currents beneath its surface. He was teaching them to become sensitive to the energetic dialogues happening constantly, the subtle exchanges of information that form the invisible scaffolding of reality. He believed that the fear of the unknown was amplified by their inability to perceive the familiar in new ways. Their world had not ceased to exist. It had merely become more subtle, more intricate. The challenge was to expand their perceptual toolkit, to learn to read the fine print of existence. Imagine a map, he proposed. The old map was clear, with bold lines and familiar landmarks. The sun, the seasons, the predictable cycles of life. Now, the map is being redrawn with faint lines, subtle shadings, and symbols you have never seen before. We must learn to read this new map, to find our way not by the blazing sun, but by the faint shimmer of starlight on ice, by the whispers of the wind, by the silent knowing that arises from within. This deep listening, this attunement to the language of silence was not about passively waiting for the sun to return. It was about actively engaging with the present reality, about understanding its deeper rhythms and intelligences. Stone Eye was not advocating for a retreat from the world, but for a more profound, more nuanced immersion in it. He was teaching them to become fluent in a language that had always been spoken, but that they had been too deafened by the world's former noise to hear. The perpetual twilight and the profound silence were not an absence of communication, but an invitation to a more intimate and discerning conversation with existence itself. He saw it as a chance to deepen their connection, not just to each other, but to the very pulse of the cosmos. The subtle shifts in the quality of light, the texture of the air, the amplified sound of their own breath, these were not aberrations, but the very words and sentences of this new sacred dialogue. He was guiding them to understand that true perception was not about seeing what was obvious, but about interpreting what was subtle, about finding meaning in the overlooked and the ignored. This was the essence of listening in a world that had traded its voice for a whisper, its roar for a resonant silence. The elders, their faces etched with the wisdom of generations, had often spoken of the great slumber, a time when the world would rest, drawing its vibrant energies inward before bursting forth anew. These were not tales of despair, but of profound cyclical rhythm, woven into the very fabric of their ancestral understanding. Stone Eye recognized that the villagers, in their present distress, had relegated these narratives to the realm of fantasy, quaint stories told by flickering firelight, easily dismissed by the stark, undeniable reality of their dimming world. Yet, he knew these echoes of ancient lore were not mere embellishments. They were blueprints, maps of experience left by those who had traversed similar passages in the deep past. He would recall the legend of the shadow bloom, a flower said to blossom only in the deepest, most prolonged darkness, its petals unfurling to reveal a light far more brilliant than any dawn. The story described how the seeds of the shadow bloom lay dormant for an age, nourished by the very absence of sunlight, preparing for a time of eventual resurgence. This was not a tale of decay, but of a hidden, potent process of transformation. The darkness was not an end, but a gestation period, a fertile ground for a future florescence. He presented these stories not as abstract philosophies, but as practical guidance, demonstrating how the wisdom of their ancestors, once considered irrelevant, now offered a vital perspective on their current existence. These are not mere tales, Stone Eye would articulate, his voice resonating with the conviction of one who had communed with the very spirit of these narratives. They are the memories of the world itself, imprinted upon the consciousness of those who came before us. The great slumber is not a curse, but a necessary exhale of the planet. Every great surge of life requires a period of withdrawal, a gathering of strength. Think of the sap retreating from the branches in winter, only to return with greater vigor in spring. Our current twilight is such a retreat, a time for the world to tend to its deep roots, to repair and regenerate in ways that the relentless glare of the sun prevented. He would then elaborate on the concept of the renewal cycle, a fundamental principle deeply embedded in their oldest stories. This cycle spoke of eras of intense light and warmth, followed by periods of profound dimness and stillness. Each phase was essential, each contributing to the overall vitality and balance of existence. The current era, he explained, was not an anomaly or a cosmic accident, but a predictable, albeit challenging phase within this grand, overarching pattern. The ancient lore painted a picture of a world that breathed, inhaling light and exhaling darkness, a cosmic respiration that ensured its continued existence and evolution. Consider the stories of the star seeds, Stone Eye would continue, his gaze drifting towards the star-dusted canvas of the perpetual twilight sky. It is said that at the dawn of creation, the stars themselves shed fragments of their light, tiny motes that fell to the nascent world. These seeds, too, required periods of dormancy, buried deep within the earth, shielded from the full intensity of the celestial fire. Only when the world experienced its own phases of twilight and quietude could these seeds begin to germinate, to sprout, and eventually to populate the skies with new constellations. Our present stillness is that fertile soil, the nurturing dark that allows for the awakening of hidden potentials. He meticulously drew parallels between these ancient narratives and their present reality, demonstrating how the patterns described in the lore were manifesting around them. The subtle shifts in the Earth's energy, the unusual stillness of the winds, the altered behavior of the flora and fauna, all these were indicators of a world entering a phase of deep introspection, as described in the stories of the Great Slumber. He explained that the ancestors had not feared these periods, but had learned to read their signs, to prepare for them, and to understand their purpose. They had developed a profound patience, a trust in the inherent wisdom of the natural world. The stories teach us not only about the cycles of the world, but about the resilience of the spirit, Stone Eye would emphasize. When the ancestors faced their own periods of prolonged dimness, they did not succumb to despair. Instead, they turned inward, strengthening their communal bonds, honing their inner senses, and finding solace in the enduring power of their traditions. They understood that true light was not solely dependent on an external source, but could be cultivated within through shared knowledge, mutual support, and a deep connection to the ancestral wisdom. This is the lesson that the shadow bloom whispers to us, that even in the deepest dark, the potential for inner luminescence exists. He guided them to re-examine the ancient carvings and tapestries that adorned the elder council chambers, works of art that had been largely ignored for generations. These artifacts, he revealed, were not merely decorative, they were repositories of ancient knowledge, visual records of the world's cyclical transformations. He pointed out recurring motifs that depicted the ebb and flow of light, the transition from vibrant eras to periods of subdued illumination, always culminating in a resurgence of renewed vitality. Each symbol, each intricate pattern told a part of the story, a testament to the enduring wisdom of their forebears. Look at this carving, he would say, tracing a finger over a weathered depiction of a sun gradually fading, giving way to a sky filled with intricate star patterns. This does not represent an ending, but a transition. The sun does not cease to exist. Its influence merely recedes for a time, allowing other celestial bodies to reveal their brilliance. The ancestors understood this ebb and flow. They saw the dimming of the sun not as a catastrophic event, but as an invitation to observe the subtler lights, the guiding stars that would illuminate their path through the coming darkness. They learned to navigate by the constellations, to understand the celestial clockwork that governed their world. Stone Eye also spoke of the Sunstone, a fabled artifact of immense power, said to have been imbued with the sun's energy during its most potent era. The lore claimed that the Sunstone was not destroyed, but hidden away, its light preserved, to be rediscovered during the deepest phases of the great slumber. This was not a story of loss, but of preservation, a promise that the essence of the sun would not be extinguished, but merely held in trust, awaiting the opportune moment for its reawakening. He presented the sunstone not as a tangible object to be found, but as a metaphor for the latent potential within their own community, the collective inner light that could be rekindled. The legends of the sunstone are not about a physical object that will magically restore our world, he explained. They are about the inherent power that resides within us, the collective spark of life that the ancestors nurtured through their understanding of these cycles. When the world enters its periods of slumber, it is our responsibility to become the guardians of that inner light, to tend to it, to share it, and to keep it burning bright until the time of renewal. The sunstone is within us, in our shared memories, in our capacity for hope, in our ability to perceive the light that still exists, however subtle. He encouraged them to see their current predicament not as a punishment for past transgressions, but as a natural progression, a necessary recalibration of the world's energies. This perspective was crucial for fostering patience and resilience. If they believed they were being punished, they would inevitably fall into despair and inaction. But if they understood it as a phase, a natural part of a grander regenerative process, they could approach it with a sense of purpose and an unwavering belief in eventual restoration. The ancient lore teaches us that periods of darkness are fertile grounds for growth. Stone Eye would reiterate, his words a balm to their anxious spirits. The earth must rest to replenish its strength. The forest must endure the winter to burst forth with life in the spring. These are not metaphors, but fundamental truths of existence. Our world is in a period of rest, and it is our duty to understand and honor this phase. We must not fight against it, but learn to move with it, to find the opportunities for growth and connection that it offers. The challenges we face are not signs of the world's demise, but of its profound, ongoing transformation. He would then delve into the concept of the whispering dark, a term used in some of the most ancient texts to describe the specific quality of the twilight. It was not a void, but a sentient space capable of communicating its own unique form of wisdoms. The whispers were not sounds in the conventional sense, but subtle energetic currents, shifts in atmospheric pressure, and minute changes in temperature that carried information about the world's inner workings. Learning to interpret these whispers was the key to navigating the new era, to understanding the subtle language of the resting world. The world is not silent, Stone Eye would insist, his voice a gentle force against their ingrained perceptions. It has merely changed its mode of communication. The boisterous pronouncements of the sun have been replaced by the subtle murmurs of the deep earth, the hushed conversations of the twilight air. These are not sounds to be heard with the ears alone, but with the entire being, with a quieted mind and an open heart. The ancients understood this. They learned to listen to the earth's breath, to feel the pulse of the cosmos in their very bones. This is the art of listening that I seek to rekindle within you. He then guided them to focus on the subtle energies that permeated their surroundings, the faint vibrations that seemed to emanate from the ground beneath their feet, the almost imperceptible hum that could be felt in the air when one achieved a state of profound stillness. These were the whispers of the world, carrying a wealth of information for those attuned to receive it. He likened it to learning a new language, one spoken not with words, but with sensations, with intuitions, with a deep, resonant knowing. Imagine the earth as a living organism, constantly communicating with itself, Stone Eye would explain. The roots of the trees send messages through the soil. The underground water currents carry information across vast distances, and even the rocks themselves possess a form of slow, geological consciousness. In the perpetual twilight, these communications become more apparent, less obscured by the overwhelming presence of sunlight. We are now being invited to tune into this ancient, hidden dialogue, to become participants in the Earth's ongoing conversation. He stressed that this was not a passive endeavor. It required active engagement, a conscious effort to quiet the internal chatter and open oneself to the subtle influx of information. It was about developing a practice of deliberate perception, of dedicating moments each day to simply being with the world, to observe its nuances, and to allow its silent messages to flow through. This was the true meaning of listening in a world that had traded its voice for a whisper, its roar for a resonant silence. The ancient lore also spoke of the deep sleep of the natural world, a state not of death, but of profound hibernation, where life energies were conserved and transformed. This was a vital concept, reassuring them that the apparent stillness was not an end, but a phase of intense internal activity. The trees were not dead, but dreaming of spring. The rivers were not frozen, but flowing through hidden channels, their currents slowed, but not stopped. This understanding provided a framework for patience, fostering a belief that the world was not lost, but merely undergoing a necessary period of renewal. The stories of the hibernation of the forests are a powerful analogy for our own current state, Stone Eye would explain. The great trees do not mourn their bare branches in winter. They understand that this is a time for rest, for drawing their life force deep into their roots, preparing for the inevitable return of warmth and light. They are not dying, they are merely entering a phase of profound internal transformation. And in this phase, they are building the strength and vitality for the next great surge of growth. We too must embrace this period of internal gathering, of quiet strength, knowing that it is a precursor to a time of renewed efflorescence. He guided them to observe the subtle signs of this deep hibernation in their immediate surroundings. The way the snow drifts, seemingly inert, were actually channels for the Earth's subtle respiration, allowing trapped gases to escape and nutrients to circulate. The way the ice on the frozen lakes, while appearing solid and unyielding, was a complex matrix that protected the aquatic life beneath, preserving it until the thaw. These were not signs of decay, but of a hidden, vital process, a testament to the resilience and adaptability of life. Stone Eye would often invoke the legend of the seed keepers, individuals from ages past who were said to have understood the cyclical nature of existence so profoundly that they could foretell the periods of dimness and prepare for them by cultivating specific varieties of flora that thrived in low light conditions. These were not sorcerers, but astute observers of the natural world, individuals who had mastered the art of attunement to the earth's rhythms. Their knowledge had been passed down through generations, a legacy of preparedness and wisdom. The seed keepers understood that the world was not static, Stone Eye would impart. They saw the cycles of light and darkness as predictable as the changing seasons. They cultivated plants that yielded their fruits in the twilight, plants that drew nourishment from the subtle energies of the earth, not just the direct rays of the sun. Their wisdom was not about trying to defy the darkness, but about learning to thrive within it, about discovering the hidden abundance that it held. We too can become like the seed keepers by learning to read the subtle signs, by cultivating our own inner resilience, and by discovering unique gifts that this era of twilight offers. He then extended this concept to their own community, urging them to cultivate their own inner seeds, their latent talents, their forgotten skills, their communal spirit. This was a time for introspection, for strengthening their bonds, for rediscovering the knowledge and wisdom that had been overshadowed by the world's previous, more brilliant phase. The lore provided not just a historical context, but a practical framework for their present actions, a guiding philosophy for navigating the challenges ahead. The ancient stories were not merely about the past, they were about the present and the future. They offered a profound sense of continuity, a reassurance that their current predicament was not a deviation from the norm, but a part of a grand, unfolding narrative. This understanding fostered a sense of hope and a deep seated belief in the eventual restoration of light not as a miraculous intervention, but as the natural culmination of a cyclical process. The stories of renewal are the heartbeat of our people, Stone Eye would affirm, his voice carrying a tone of deep reverence. They tell us that even in the deepest darkness, the potential for light, for life, for vibrant renewal is always present. They remind us that the world breathes in cycles and that each period of dormancy is a prelude to a season of growth. This is the promise that echoes through our ancient lore, the unwavering faith that has sustained our ancestors through countless ages. And it is this faith, this understanding of the world's inherent rhythm, that will sustain us now. He elaborated on the concept of patient anticipation, a key virtue described in the lore for those who lived through the darker phases of the world's cycles. It was not a passive waiting, but an active, hopeful engagement with the present while holding a clear vision of the future. It was about tending to the present reality with diligence and care, knowing that their actions would contribute to the eventual return of abundance. The ancient lore speaks of the patient gardener. Stone Eye would explain, his gaze sweeping across the muted landscape. This gardener does not despair when the winter comes and the soil lies barren. Instead, they diligently prepare the earth. They clear the old growth. They sow their seeds with care, and they trust in the natural order of things to bring forth a bountiful harvest. We are those gardeners now. We must prepare our community, tend to our relationships, sow the seeds of knowledge and hope, and trust in the inherent wisdom of the world's great cycle of renewal. He saw the current twilight not as an end, but as a beginning, a chance to forge a deeper connection with the earth and with each other, a period of profound recalibration that would ultimately lead to a more resilient and harmonious existence. The echoes of ancient lore were not just reminders of what had been, but blueprints for what could be, a testament to the enduring power of nature's cycles and the indomitable spirit of life. The air on the peak, though still cool, seemed to hold a different quality now. It was a subtle alteration, one that might have been missed by those accustomed to the constant hum of anxiety that had permeated the village. But Stone Eye felt it. He felt it in the almost imperceptible shift in the breeze, in the way the muted light seemed to gather and deepen rather than simply persist. It was the feeling of a world holding its breath, waiting, not with dread, but with a quiet, potent anticipation. And it was a feeling he was beginning to sense spreading, not just around him, but within him, and he hoped within the hearts and minds of his people. He had not expected an immediate surge, a sudden, dramatic awakening. The wisdom he shared was about depth, about patience, about the slow, deliberate cultivation of inner awareness. It was akin to tending to a dormant seed, coaxing it from its slumber, not with force, but with gentle, consistent warmth and the promise of life-sustaining stillness. And so he watched and waited, his own senses finely tuned to the quiet stirrings that his teachings had begun to ignite. Slowly, tentatively, they began to arrive, not in a rush, not with the clamor of a desperate plea, but as individuals, and then in small, hushed groups, drawn to the higher ground, away from the lingering shadows of doubt that still clung to the village below. They sought the quietude Stone Eye had described, the sanctuary of internal silence that offered a respite from the overwhelming narrative of their fading world. They found secluded hollows, sheltered alcoves among the ancient stones, places where the wind's whispers were softened, and the ever present twilight seemed to deepen into a more profound intimacy. Here, they did not speak of the dimming light, nor of the anxieties that gnawed at their communal spirit. Instead, they turned their focus inward towards the stillness Stone Eye had encouraged them to cultivate. It began with simple acts, a deliberate slowing of breath, a conscious release of tension held in shoulders and jaws. Some sat with eyes closed, attempting to discern the subtlest sensations within their own bodies, the slow beat of their hearts, the gentle rhythm of their lungs, the faint warmth that pulsed beneath their skin. Others focused on the sensory tapestry of their immediate surroundings, not trying to decipher grand pronouncements, but simply to perceive the texture of the rough-hewn stone beneath their palms, the faint, earthy scent of the soil, the muted hues of the twilight sky, the distant, almost melodic sigh of the wind through the sparse vegetation. Ilara was among the first. She found a smooth, worn boulder, its surface cool to the touch, and settled beside it. Her usual restlessness, a companion for as long as she could remember, seemed to recede in this deliberate quiet. She closed her eyes, and for a moment, the ingrained urge to do, to fix, to understand in the old, analytical way surged against her. But Stone Eye's words echoed. Listen, not with the ears alone, but with the being. She took a deep, slow breath, and then another, consciously releasing the tightness in her chest. She focused on the faint vibration that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath her, a deep, slow thrum, like the pulse of a slumbering giant. It was not a sound, but a sensation, a resonance that seemed to connect her to everything around her. Beside her, old Joran, who had initially scoffed at Stone Eye's talk of inner listening, sat with a surprising stillness. He had come out of a reluctant curiosity, a desire to see if the young man's strange pronouncements held any truth beyond the ancient tales. He closed his eyes and found himself focusing on the quiet. The absence of the usual village clamor was profound, and within that absence, he began to notice other things, the almost imperceptible rustle of a small creature in the undergrowth, the distant call of a night bird, sounds that had always been there, but had been drowned out by the cacophony of their lives. He concentrated on the feeling of the air against his skin, noting its subtle temperature variations, its gentle currents. He felt a strange calm settling over him, a release from the constant gnawing of worry. Others joined them, their movements quiet, their presence respectful of the growing stillness. A young woman named Lyra, known for her anxieties and her tendency to flit from one task to another, sat beneath a gnarled, ancient tree. She focused on the feel of the bark against her back its rough, comforting solidity. She began to notice the patterns of the moss growing on its trunk, intricate, miniature landscapes in shades of muted green and gray. She closed her eyes and imagined herself as part of the tree, drawing sustenance not from the sun, but from the deep, patient earth. A sense of belonging, quiet and unbidden, began to bloom within her. The experience was not uniform, nor was it always easy. Some struggled to quiet the incessant chatter of their minds, the ingrained habits of worry and speculation. They found themselves returning again and again to the present moment, to the simple act of breathing, to the feel of the ground beneath them. It was a practice, a discipline, and like any new skill, it required persistence. Yet, even in their struggle, there was a shared endeavor, a silent understanding that they were all attempting something new, something profound. As more people gathered, subtle shift occurred in the atmosphere of the peak. It was not a physical change, not a visible increase in light, or a dramatic alteration of the landscape. It was a change in the feeling, a palpable emanation of shared intention. The individual moments of quietude began to coalesce, to weave together, creating a tapestry of expectant calm. The scattered individuals, each engaged in their own internal practice, were subtly, unconsciously creating a collective attunement. Stone Eye observed this unfolding with a quiet satisfaction. He remained on the highest point, a silent anchor for their efforts. He could feel the resonance spreading, a gentle ripple effect emanating from each small gathering. It was not a force that could be measured by their accustomed senses, but it was undeniably present. It was the sound of a community beginning to listen to itself, to the world, and to the deeper currents of existence that had been obscured for so long. He noticed how the individuals who had been particularly fearful or despondent seemed to carry themselves differently. The tension in their shoulders had eased. The frantic edge in their eyes had softened. They were not suddenly free of their worries, but they had found a space, a sanctuary, within themselves, where those worries did not hold absolute dominion. This was the beginning of resilience, the slow, steady building of an inner strength that could withstand the external dimming. The interactions between those who gathered were minimal yet significant. A shared glance of understanding, a nod of acknowledgement, a soft smile. These were not the boisterous greetings of a village festival, but the quiet acknowledgments of shared experience, of a common journey being undertaken in a new and unfamiliar way. They were recognizing in each other the same tentative steps towards inner quietude, the same earnest attempt to perceive beyond the immediate anxieties. Lyra, after a prolonged period of quiet observation, found herself looking towards Ilara. Their eyes met, and in that brief moment, a silent communication passed between them. It was an acknowledgement of the shared stillness, of the unexpected peace they were both finding. Lyra offered a small, hesitant smile, and Ilara returned it, a genuine warmth spreading through her. It was a connection forged not through words, but through a shared act of being. a mutual recognition of the inner landscape they were both exploring. Joran, too, felt this nascent connection. He opened his eyes and saw a young man sitting a short distance away, his face serene. Joran found himself feeling a sense of quiet respect for the young man's willingness to engage with Stone Eye's teachings. He did not feel the urge to speak, to offer advice, or to recount his own past experiences. Instead, he simply acknowledged the young man's presence, his quiet strength. It was a feeling of community, not built on shared activity or shared hardship, but on a shared inner stillness, a mutual cultivation of peace. This collective attunement was not about transforming the external world, but about transforming the internal experience of it. It was about shifting their perception from one of lack and fear to one of quiet presence and inner abundance. The dimming of the light remained, the challenges of their world were still present, but the way they experienced these things was beginning to change. They were learning to find the light within, to cultivate their own inner luminescence, and in doing so, they were beginning to create a more hopeful atmosphere, not just for themselves, but for the community as a whole. Stone Eye watched as a young child, no older than 5, wandered away from his mother, who was also engaged in the practice of quiet listening. The child did not cry out or demand attention. Instead, he found a small, smooth stone and sat down, cradling it in his hands, his brow furrowed in concentration as he mimicked the adults around him. His mother, sensing his quiet engagement, offered him a soft smile, but did not interrupt his nascent exploration. Even the youngest among them were beginning to absorb the new rhythm, to respond to the invitation of stillness. This was the subtle power of the collective. Each individual act of quietening, of turning inward, contributed to a larger, more resonant field. It was like 1,000 tiny sparks igniting, not with a sudden conflagration, but with a slow, steady glow that, when combined, cast a gentle, illuminating light. The fear that had previously been a suffocating blanket was beginning to recede, replaced by a quiet, expectant calm. It was the calm of understanding that they were not alone in their exploration, that others were also seeking this inner sanctuary, this shared space of peace. The feeling of anticipation that permeated the peak was not the anxious waiting for an external savior, but a deeper, more grounded hope that arose from within. It was the hope that came from knowing they possessed the capacity for inner resilience, for finding peace even in the midst of uncertainty. It was a hope that was being nurtured by the shared experience, by the quiet camaraderie of those who were daring to listen, to feel, and to be present in a world that was asking them to do so. As the twilight deepened, casting long, soft shadows across the land, Stone Eye felt a profound sense of connection to these individuals. They were not merely following his words, they were embodying them, translating them into lived experience. They were demonstrating that the ancient wisdom was not a relic of the past, but a living, breathing truth, capable of transforming their present reality. The collective attunement was not a dramatic spectacle, but a quiet, profound revolution, taking root in the hearts and minds of his people, preparing them for whatever the coming dawn, however muted, might bring. The gentle hum of their collective stillness was a promise, a testament to the enduring power of quietude and the subtle yet profound strength of a community turning inward together. The stillness on the peak, once a sanctuary sought for its absence of external noise, now began to hum with a different kind of energy. It wasn't a sound, not in the way ears understood sound, but a deep, resonant frequency that seemed to emanate from the very core of existence. It was the subtle vibration of the world, no longer muffled by the clamor of their everyday lives, but finally allowed to be heard. For many, this was the first true indication that something more than a personal respite was taking root. Ilara, still seated beside her worn boulder, felt it as a gentle tremor beneath her, not of fear, but of awakening. The cool air, which had initially felt merely refreshing, now seemed to carry a faint, sweet scent, like dew-kissed earth after a long drought. She opened her eyes, and the twilight, which had seemed a uniform deepening of shadow, now revealed subtle variations. The deep purples and grays that had dominated her vision began to soften, revealing hints of a warmer, softer hue along the horizon. It was as if a veil, so thin it was almost invisible, had been lifted, allowing a whisper of the world's true palette to emerge. She looked around and saw it reflected in the eyes of others nearby, a dawning awareness, a shared, silent recognition of this nascent change. Old Joran, who had been focusing on the feel of the wind against his weathered face, suddenly felt the currents shift. They no longer carried the biting chill of uncertainty, but a gentler, more invigorating caress. He opened his eyes and saw the landscape bathed in a light that was not stronger, but clearer. The muted greens of the sparse mountain flora seemed to deepen, as if a hidden richness had been unlocked. The very stones beneath his feet, once just inert matter, now seemed to possess a subtle luminescence, reflecting the faint, gathering light in a thousand tiny facets. He felt a prickle of wonder, a sensation he hadn't experienced in years, a quiet awe at the unfolding beauty that had been present all along, unseen and unheard. Lyra, nestled beneath the ancient tree, felt a profound sense of connection. The bark against her back, which had felt solid and comforting, now seemed to pulse with a slow, steady life. She noticed that the moss on the trunk, which she had observed as merely patterns of green and gray, now held a vibrant depth, each strand of growth distinct and alive. The soft filtering light that dappled through the leaves overhead no longer felt like a sign of diminishment, but like a gentle caress, a benevolent presence. She realized that the world hadn't changed its fundamental nature. Rather, their perception of it had begun to shift, allowing them to see the inherent vitality that had been masked by their own internal turmoil. The change was so delicate, so understated, that it was easily dismissed. A young man, new to the practice, blinked and shook his head, convinced it was merely his imagination, a desperate attempt to find solace in a world that offered none. He looked at his hands, still pale and thin in the dim light, and felt the familiar pang of despair. It's just the twilight playing tricks, he muttered to himself, turning his gaze inward again, trying to recapture the stillness that had momentarily eluded him. But even as he tried to dismiss it, a small part of him held on to the fleeting impression, a seed of doubt planted in the fertile ground of his newfound quiet. Across the peak, a woman who had been struggling to quiet her racing thoughts found herself momentarily captivated by the subtle shift in color. The drab brown of the rocky soil near her feet seemed to acquire a reddish undertone, a warmth that hadn't been there before. She paused her internal struggle, her focus drawn outward by this gentle visual anomaly. It was a fleeting moment, and her mind, ever eager to return to its anxieties, quickly reasserted its dominance, pulling her back into the familiar cycle of worry. Yet, the image of that subtle warmth lingered, a small, persistent reminder of something beyond her immediate distress. Stone Eye, observing from his vantage point, understood the ephemeral nature of this initial shift. It was the first tremor of a profound transformation, a gentle nudge from the universe, reminding them that even in the deepest twilight, light persisted, waiting to be perceived. He knew that this subtle softening was not a grand revelation, but a quiet invitation, a testing of their newfound receptivity. Many would miss it, attributing it to wishful thinking or the natural ebb and flow of the dimming day. But for those who had truly engaged with the stillness, who had begun to listen with more than their ears, it was a confirmation, a whispered promise of what was to come. He saw the individuals who had been most deeply immersed in the practice exhibit a subtle change in their posture, a softening of the lines of tension around their eyes. They did not outwardly exclaim or point, but a quiet understanding passed between them, a shared acknowledgement of this nascent perception. It was as if their inner quietude had created a lens, allowing them to see a world that was always present, but previously obscured by the fog of their own apprehension. The subtle energy that began to permeate the air was not a force that could be physically grasped, but a feeling, an almost palpable presence. It was the feeling of a world breathing, of life stirring beneath the surface. For Ilara, it was as if the very air had become more alive, more vibrant. She noticed how the dust motes, dancing in the faint shafts of light, seemed to glow with an inner luminescence. The silence was no longer an emptiness, but a fullness, a space teeming with unseen energies. She took a deep, deliberate breath and felt that same subtle sweetness fill her lungs, a taste of pure, unadulterated life. For Joran, the shift was in the very texture of the moment. The air felt softer against his skin, less brittle, carrying with it a faint, earthy perfume that spoke of deep roots and hidden springs. He realized that his previous focus had been on the absence of things, the absence of light, the absence of sound, the absence of worry, but now his attention was being drawn to the presence of things, the presence of subtle color, the presence of gentle currents, the presence of a pervasive, quiet energy. It was a fundamental reorientation, a turning from the void to the subtle abundance that lay within it. Lyra felt this subtle energy as a gentle warmth spreading through her chest, a feeling of belonging that was deeper and more profound than anything she had ever known. She realized that her previous attempts to find solace had been outward focused, seeking external validation or a change in her circumstances. But this feeling was entirely internal, a recognition of her own intrinsic connection to the world around her. It was as if the ancient tree she leaned against was sharing its own deep, quiet strength with her, and in return, she was offering her own burgeoning stillness. The confirmation of their practice came not in a thunderous pronouncement, but in the quiet deepening of these individual perceptions. Those who had been diligently cultivating their inner stillness found that their ability to perceive these subtle shifts was growing. It was like tuning a delicate instrument. The more they practiced, the clearer the subtle melodies of existence became. The faint softening of the twilight was not a singular event, but the opening note of a symphony that had been playing all along, unheard until now. Some of the villagers who had not yet embraced Stone Eye's teachings and who had remained in the village below felt a flicker of something akin to envy when they heard whispers of the changes on the peak. They saw the upturned faces of those who returned, the subtle light that seemed to have dawned in their eyes, and they felt a longing for something they couldn't quite articulate. They still clung to the familiar narratives of despair, but the shared experience of those on the peak was beginning to create a subtle dissonance, a hint that perhaps their understanding of the world was incomplete. The confirmation was also in the shared silence, as more individuals found their secluded spots, and as their individual moments of quietude began to overlap, a collective resonance began to build. It was not a conscious effort to create a communal experience, but a natural outgrowth of their shared practice. The subtle energy that had begun to permeate the air seemed to intensify, fueled by this growing attunement. It was as if the individual sparks of awareness were now coalescing, creating a gentler, more pervasive glow. This nascent confirmation was not about an external miracle, but about an internal awakening. The subtle softening of the twilight was a mirror, reflecting the gentle unfolding within themselves. The world hadn't magically brightened, but their capacity to perceive the existing light, however diminished, had been enhanced. It was the difference between seeing a single candle flame in utter darkness and seeing that same flame in a room where the shadows had begun to recede, revealing the subtle outlines of furniture and the gentle texture of the walls. The colors that began to re-emerge were not vibrant hues of midday, but the softer, more nuanced tones of a world emerging from deep slumber. The muted greens of the sparse mountain grasses seemed to hold a richer depth, tinged with the soft gold of a distant, unseen sun. The dull browns of the rocks took on earthy undertones, hinting at the minerals and ancient energies held within them. Even the pale blue of the fading sky seemed to carry a hint of lavender, a whisper of the colors that lay dormant beneath the prevailing dimness. For those who had been listening, this was not a moment of dramatic revelation, but a profound affirmation. It was the quiet yes that their inner stillness had been seeking. The subtle shift was a validation of their efforts, a gentle assurance that they were on the right path. It was a confirmation that the wisdom Stone Eye had imparted was not mere philosophy, but a practical key to unlocking a deeper perception of reality. The energy in the air felt different. It was no longer a void, but a presence. It was the quiet hum of life, the subtle vibration of the earth, the soft breath of the wind. It was the feeling of being connected, not just to each other, but to the very fabric of existence. This subtle energy was the invisible manifestation of their collective attunement, the tangible proof that their inner stillness was creating a ripple effect in the world around them. This first subtle shift was like the faintest blush on the cheek of a sleeper, a sign of returning life, barely perceptible, but undeniably present. It was the promise of a new dawn, not a sudden burst of brilliant light, but a slow, gentle unfolding, a gradual reawakening of the world's latent beauty. And for those who had dared to listen, to be still, and to feel, this subtle shift was the most profound revelation of all, a silent testament to the enduring power of inner receptivity. It was the beginning of seeing, truly seeing, a world reborn in the quiet embrace of their own awakened awareness. The peak, once a place of refuge, was becoming a crucible, and the subtle shift in the twilight was the first spark of transformation igniting within the hearts of Stone Eye's people. This delicate change was a testament to their dedication, a quiet whisper of hope that resonated deeper than any shout, promising that even in the deepest twilight, a different kind of light could be found, not bestowed from without, but cultivated from within. The colors were returning, not with the bold strokes of an artist's brush, but with the delicate layering of a master's touch, revealing a world richer and more vibrant than they had ever imagined. The air, once thin and sharp, now seemed to hold a certain viscosity, a subtle richness that hinted at the lifeblood of the mountain itself. It was as if the peak had been holding its breath, waiting for their collective stillness to release it. And with that release, the subtle energies began to flow, weaving a tapestry of unseen connections. This was not a dramatic spectacle, but a profound intimacy, a shared secret between those who had chosen to listen and the world that was finally beginning to answer. The subtle shift Ilara and the others were experiencing was not a causation, but a confirmation. It was the quiet hum of the universe responding to the tuning of a million delicate inner instruments. Stone Eye watched, his gaze steady, not as a conductor orchestrating a symphony, but as a keen observer recognizing the opening notes of a melody that had always been present, the burgeoning light, the deepening colors, the faint scent on the air. These were not gifts bestowed by his mere presence or the collective stillness of his people, but rather the natural unfolding of a cosmic rhythm that their newfound receptivity had allowed them to fall into step with. The sun's eventual return, when it came, would not be a victory wrested from the grip of darkness, but a gentle acknowledgement of a world ready to embrace it. Their stillness, their attentiveness, had not forced the dawn into being. It had simply cleared the pathway, allowing the inherent light of existence to flow unimpeded. It was akin to a seed, dormant for seasons, finally finding the perfect confluence of moisture, warmth, and soil to push forth its first tender sprout. The potential for growth had always been within the seed. The external conditions merely facilitated its expression. So too, the light of the world had always been present, veiled not by an absence of illumination, but by a collective inability to perceive it. Ilara felt this profoundly. She had steeled herself for a struggle, for a push against the lingering shadows, but the gentle pull she now experienced was entirely different. It was like being drawn into a warm embrace, a yielding rather than a wrestling. The soft hues bleeding into the twilight sky weren't a hesitant first step, but a slow, confident stride of a familiar friend returning home. The air, which had felt pregnant with anticipation, now seemed to breathe a sigh of contentment, as if the world itself was exhaling in recognition of a harmonious alignment. Her own breath deepened, mirroring this perceived exhale, and in that shared rhythm, she felt an extraordinary sense of belonging, not as a solitary actor on a stage, but as an integral note within a vast, resonating chord. Old Joran, too, felt this resonance. His years spent wrestling with the hardships of life had taught him to anticipate resistance, to brace for impact, but the subtle increase in clarity, the way the muted landscape seemed to glow from within, felt less like a battle won and more like a veil lifted. He imagined a vast, intricate tapestry woven with threads of light and color that had been hidden beneath layers of dust and shadow. Their practice, their quiet listening, had not woven new threads. It had gently brushed away the obscuring dust, revealing the inherent beauty of the existing weave. The sun's return, he understood, would be the moment when this tapestry would be fully illuminated, every detail brought into sharp, glorious focus. Lyra, leaning against the ancient tree, felt the pulse within its bark quicken, not as a response to her touch, but as a natural ebb of life that now flowed more freely through her own being. The tree was not acknowledging her, it was simply being, and in her receptivity, she was now attuned to its fundamental life force, and through it, to the larger currents of the earth. The returning light seemed to emanate not from a singular point in the sky, but from the very substance of the mountain, from the soil, the stones, the flora, and now from the people themselves. It was as if their collective stillness had opened channels, allowing the earth's own vital energy, previously suppressed, to reassert itself. The coming dawn was merely the most visible manifestation of this internal awakening. The young man who had dismissed the changes as imagination found himself unable to fully return to his previous state of despondency. The subtle warmth he had perceived, the hint of color on the horizon, had planted a seed of possibility that his practiced cynicism could not entirely uproot. He had been seeking an external force to change his internal state, a grand gesture of salvation. But what was happening was the opposite. His internal shift was beginning to perceive the subtle offerings of the external world. He closed his eyes again, not to shut out the world, but to listen more deeply to the echo of what he had briefly glimpsed. He felt a faint warmth in his chest, a sensation unfamiliar and unsettling, yet undeniably present. It wasn't a sunbeam breaking through clouds. It was more like the slow, persistent warmth of blood returning to a limb that had gone numb. The woman who had been lost in anxious thought found herself pausing again, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the rocky soil. The reddish undertone she had noticed earlier was still there, a subtle blush that suggested a hidden depth. She realized that her internal monologue had been so loud, so consuming, that it had effectively blinded her to the world. The stillness was not a passive void, but an active state of open perception. Her anxiety had been a demand. The current experience was an invitation. The returning light was not a spectacle to be witnessed, but a shared experience to be participated in, a gentle unfolding that required her to participate not by demanding, but by receiving. Stone Eye observed these subtle shifts in the individuals around him with a quiet satisfaction. He saw the tentative blossoming of awareness, the gentle unfurling of receptivity. He knew that the true test was not in reaching the peak, but in sustaining the openness. The cosmic rhythm he spoke of was not a fleeting phenomenon to be experienced once and then forgotten. It was the fundamental pulse of existence, a continuous ebb and flow that demanded constant attunement. The returning sun was not an end point, but a marker, a visible sign that their alignment was strengthening, that they were becoming more capable of perceiving and participating in the grand, ongoing dance of creation. He understood that many would still interpret the returning light as a mere meteorological event, a simple consequence of the planet's rotation, and in a way, they would be correct, but they would be missing the profound truth that the readiness to perceive that event, the capacity to experience its full significance, was a direct result of the internal work they had undertaken. The sun would rise regardless, but for those who had cultivated stillness, the sunrise would be imbued with a meaning that transcended the purely physical. It would be a reflection of their own inner dawn, a visible manifestation of their growing connection to the world's inherent vitality. The subtle energy that permeated the air was the lifeblood of this connection, a current that flowed between the attuned individuals and the natural world. It was not a force that could be commanded, but a presence that could be recognized and welcomed. For Ilara, it felt like the world was finally breathing with her rather than around her. The dust motes, dancing in the nascent light, no longer seemed random particles, but tiny points of awareness, each vibrating with its own subtle energy, contributing to the overall luminescence of the scene. The silence was no longer an absence of sound, but a canvas upon which the subtlest frequencies of existence could be painted. Joran felt it as a softening of the very fabric of reality. The harsh edges of his perception, honed by years of expecting adversity, were beginning to round. The world was not becoming less real, but more nuanced, more intricately detailed. He had spent so much time focusing on what was missing: light, warmth, comfort, security, that he had become blind to the abundance that was already present, albeit in subtle forms. The returning light was not filling a void, it was revealing the inherent richness that had been there all along, patiently waiting to be acknowledged. Lyra's sense of belonging deepened with each passing moment. The gentle warmth in her chest spread outwards, encompassing the ancient tree, the rocks, the sparse vegetation, and the people gathered around her. This was not a feeling of merging into an undifferentiated mass, but of recognizing herself as a unique yet interconnected part of a vast and vibrant whole. The returning light was an affirmation of this interconnectedness, a visible testament to the unseen threads that bound everything together. Her practice had not created this connection, it had merely allowed her to perceive it, to feel it coursing through her very being. The confirmation was in the deepening of these individual experiences, the way they began to echo and amplify each other. As more people surrendered to the stillness, their collective receptivity acted like a lens, focusing and intensifying the subtle energies. It was not a conscious effort to create a shared experience, but a natural consequence of their shared commitment to inner quietude. The subtle light that began to bloom on the horizon was not a singular event, but the culmination of countless individual awakenings, each adding its unique hue to the dawning tapestry of perception. This was not about a sudden miracle, but about the slow, steady unfolding of what was already possible. The returning light was a mirror, reflecting the internal transformation that had taken root. The world had not changed. Their ability to perceive its true nature had. It was the difference between seeing a single star in a moonless night and seeing a sky ablaze with constellations when the moon finally set. The stars had always been there, but only when the obscuring light was removed could their brilliance be truly appreciated. Similarly, the world's inherent radiance had always existed, waiting for their inner stillness to clear the perceptual darkness. The colors that began to re-emerge were not the aggressive, vibrant hues of a midday sun, but the tender, nuanced tones of a world gracefully emerging from a deep slumber. The muted greens of the mountain flora seemed to unfurl, revealing a richness of texture and a spectrum of subtle shades previously invisible. The dull browns of the rocks softened, revealing earthy undertones, hints of the minerals and ancient energies held within their silent forms. Even The pale blue of the receding twilight seemed to absorb a whisper of lavender, a promise of the deeper colors that lay dormant beneath the prevailing dimness, waiting for the full awakening. For those who had truly listened, who had surrendered to the stillness, this was not a moment of grand revelation, but a profound affirmation. It was the quiet yes their souls had been seeking, a gentle confirmation that their efforts were not in vain. The subtle shift was a validation of their practice, a silent assurance that they were on the right path, aligning themselves with the natural order of existence. It was the dawning realization that the wisdom imparted by Stone Eye was not merely philosophical conjecture, but a practical key to unlocking a deeper, more resonant experience of reality. The air itself felt transformed, no longer a void to be endured, but a vibrant presence to be felt. It was the subtle hum of life, the gentle vibration of the earth, the soft, rhythmic breath of the wind, all coalescing into a palpable sense of connection. This was not an abstract concept, it was a tangible feeling, the invisible manifestation of their collective attunement, the undeniable proof that their inner stillness was creating a resonant ripple effect that extended far beyond themselves, touching and awakening the world around them. This initial, subtle shift was like the first faint blush on the cheek of a sleeping child, a barely perceptible sign of returning life, yet undeniably present. It was the quiet promise of a new dawn, not a sudden, explosive burst of light, but a slow, gentle unfolding, a gradual reawakening of the world's latent beauty. And for those who had dared to listen, to be still, and to feel, this subtle shift was the most profound revelation of all. It was a silent testament to the enduring power of inner receptivity, the beginning of truly seeing a world reborn in the quiet embrace of their own awakened awareness. The peak, once a sanctuary sought for its quietude, was becoming a crucible, and the subtle shift in the twilight was the first spark of transformation igniting within the hearts of Stone Eye's people. This delicate change was a testament to their dedication, a quiet whisper of hope that resonated deeper than any shout, promising that even in the deepest twilight, a different kind of light could be found, not bestowed from without, but cultivated from within. The colors were returning, not with the bold strokes of an artist's brush, but with the delicate layering of a master's touch, revealing a world richer and more vibrant than they had ever imagined. The air, once thin and sharp, now seemed to hold a certain viscosity, a subtle richness that hinted at the lifeblood of the mountain itself. It was as if the peak had been holding its breath, waiting for their collective stillness to release it. And with that release, the subtle energies began to flow, weaving a tapestry of unseen connections. This was not a dramatic spectacle, but a profound intimacy, a shared secret between those who had chosen to listen and the world that was finally beginning to answer. The concept of resonance was becoming not just an abstract idea, but a felt reality. It was the understanding that their inner state was not separate from the outer world, but intimately connected to it, capable of influencing and being influenced by its rhythms. The light that was returning was not merely the sun's rays piercing the atmosphere, it was the light of the world responding to a call not of desperation, but of harmonious alignment. Stone Eye understood that the true power lay not in commanding the sun, but in aligning oneself with the cosmic pulse that governed its journey. Their stillness had achieved precisely that. It had brought them into resonance with the Earth's own natural cycle, allowing them to participate in, rather than merely witness, the unfolding of the day. This participation was subtle, yet profound. It was the feeling of the Earth breathing in unison with their own lungs, of the wind carrying their shared intentions on its currents. It was the quiet recognition that the world was not an inert stage upon which their lives played out, but a living, breathing entity with which they were intrinsically interwoven. The approaching dawn was the most visible manifestation of this truth, a gentle affirmation that their inner work had opened the channels of connection, allowing the natural flow of the universe to reassert itself. The individuals on the peak were not forcing the dawn, they were making themselves receptive to it. They had cleared the inner clutter, the anxieties, the doubts that had acted as barriers to this receptivity. By turning their attention inward, by cultivating a deep, abiding stillness, they had achieved a state of harmony with the fundamental frequencies of existence. This harmony allowed them to perceive the subtle energies that had always been present but previously obscured by their own inner noise. The returning light was not a reward for their efforts, but a natural consequence of their alignment. It was the universe's gentle acknowledgement that they had finally found their place within its grand, continuous rhythm. The concept of return was therefore inextricably linked to resonance. The sun was returning to its appointed place in the sky, and in doing so, it was mirroring the return of the people to a state of natural harmony. Their receptivity had not caused the sun to rise, but it had made them aware of the profound beauty and order inherent in its regular reappearance. They were not pulling the sun from the horizon, they were drawing themselves into alignment with its predictable, life giving arc. It was a subtle distinction, but one that held the key to understanding the true nature of their awakening. They were not masters of the universe, but participants in its intricate dance, learning to move in time with its ancient, unwavering beat. The dimming light was not an enemy to be vanquished, but a phase in a continuous cycle, a period of rest and introspection that paved the way for renewed vibrancy. Their stillness had allowed them to embrace this phase, to find the seeds of renewal hidden within the apparent absence of light. And now, as the first tendrils of dawn began to paint the sky, they were not merely witnessing a natural phenomenon, they were experiencing it as a deeply personal and cosmic affirmation of their own inner transformation. The horizon began to bleed with hues that were less a declaration and more a soft suggestion. The deep indigo of the receding night didn't shatter with a sudden burst of incandescence, but rather yielded like a heavy velvet curtain drawn aside with painstaking gentleness. This was not the aggressive brilliance that had often accompanied past sunrises, a light that demanded attention and often overwhelmed the senses, forcing a reaction. Instead, this light was a caress, a subtle warmth that seemed to seep into the very marrow of their bones, awakening a dormant, innate sense of comfort. It spoke of a deep, internal peace, a stillness that had been cultivated not by the absence of light, but by the thoughtful embracing of its quietude. The world was not being illuminated, it was being revealed, and the revelation was as much from within as it was from without. Ilara felt it as a tender pressure behind her eyes, not a strain, but an opening. The soft diffusion of color across the eastern sky was not a singular event, but a tapestry of nuanced shades, each one bleeding into the next with an exquisite, seamless flow. Where once she might have seen stark contrasts, black and white, light and shadow, she now perceived a gradient, a spectrum of subtle transition that mirrored the shift within herself. The gray of the pre-dawn rocks was no longer a monotonous void, but a complex blend of slate, ash, and the faintest undertones of rose, as if the very stone had absorbed the quiet promise of the approaching day. Her own breath, which had been shallow with anticipation, deepened, becoming a slow, steady rhythm that seemed to harmonize with the gentle unfurling of the world. This was not the triumph of light over darkness, but a profound recognition of their inherent, interwoven nature, a dance of shadow and illumination that had always been awaiting only the perception to truly witness it. Old Joran, whose weathered eyes had seen countless dawns, felt a stirring of something long forgotten. The returning light was not a signal to prepare for the day's labor, to brace against the sun's demanding gaze, but a gentle invitation to simply be. He remembered dawns that had felt like a physical assault, a harsh glare that exposed every flaw, every hardship of the night. This was different. This light felt like a balm, a slow, unfolding warmth that carried with it the quiet understanding of the darkness it replaced. It wasn't erasing the night, it was honoring it, drawing upon the rest and introspection that the long hours of shadow had offered. He saw the faint shimmer on the distant snow-capped peaks, not as a sharp glint, but as a soft diffusion, as if the very air had become luminous. He realized that his life had been spent fighting the shadows, trying to banish them, when all along the truest strength lay in learning to see the light that even the deepest darkness could not extinguish. Lyra, her hand still resting lightly against the ancient tree, felt a subtle vibration echo through its gnarled bark, a response not to her touch, but to the awakening world. The light that now touched the leaves was not a harsh spotlight, but a gentle dusting of gold, highlighting the intricate patterns of veins and the soft texture of the moss clinging to its trunk. She felt a kinship with the tree, with the mountain, with the people around her, a sense of belonging that was deeper and more profound than any she had ever known. The returning light was an affirmation of this interconnectedness, a visible manifestation of the unseen currents that bound them all together. Her practice had not conjured this light, it had simply opened her to receive the world's own inherent radiance, a radiance that pulsed through every living thing, waiting to be acknowledged. The young man who had been skeptical found himself without his usual defense of cynicism. The subtle warmth on his skin was not merely a change in temperature, it felt like an acknowledgement, a gentle recognition that his inner shift was indeed creating a new way of experiencing the world. He had been so accustomed to seeking dramatic events, to waiting for grand pronouncements, that this quiet unfolding had almost bypassed him. But the persistent, gentle nature of this awakening light refused to be ignored. He opened his eyes, and instead of the harsh glare he half expected, he saw a soft, pearlescent glow emanating from the eastern sky. It was as if the horizon itself was blushing, a shy awakening that mirrored the hesitant hope blooming within him. The world, he realized, was not shouting its presence, it was whispering, and for the first time, he was truly listening. The woman who had been lost in her anxious thoughts found herself drawn to the quiet beauty of the emerging dawn. Her internal clamor had finally subsided, leaving a space for the world to enter. The subtle colors on the horizon were not a distraction from her worries, but a balm, a gentle invitation to turn her focus outward. She saw how the gray rock faces were slowly revealing their true, complex textures, how the sparse grasses, previously indistinct, now held a subtle, silvery sheen. It was as if the world, freed from her internal noise, was finally able to present its true face, a face of quiet resilience and understated beauty. The approaching light wasn't a force to conquer her anxiety, but a gentle presence that offered a different perspective, a reminder that even in the deepest quiet, there was always something to see, something to feel, something to be. Stone Eye watched the subtle transformations unfolding in his people, a quiet satisfaction settling within him. He saw the hesitant smiles, the softened gazes, the unconscious gestures of reaching out, not to grasp, but to connect. This was the true harvest of their practice, not the bending of the world to their will, but the bending of themselves to the world's inherent rhythm. The returning light was not a prize for their discipline, but a natural consequence of their alignment, a gentle confirmation that their inner stillness had indeed opened them to the greater currents of existence. He understood that the true challenge was not in reaching this moment of dawning awareness, but in sustaining it, in carrying this receptive stillness into the full light of day and beyond. The light continued to spread, a soft gradient of rose, apricot, and pale gold, painting the sky with a gentleness that was almost reverent. It wasn't a sudden explosion, but a slow, deliberate unfurling, like the petals of a shy flower opening to the sun. The sharp edges of the world began to soften, the stark contrasts of the night melting into a harmonious blend of colors. The mountains, which had appeared as formidable, monolithic shapes against the inky sky, now revealed their contours, their textures, their subtle variations in shade. The rocks seemed to absorb the nascent light, glowing from within, and the sparse vegetation clinging to their slopes took on a deeper, richer hue. The air itself seemed to hum with a newfound energy, a palpable sense of anticipation that was not anxious but expectant. It was as if the world had been holding its breath through the long night, and now, with the first hints of dawn, it was slowly, tentatively exhaling. This shared breath, this collective sigh of awakening, was felt by everyone present. It was a subtle yet profound connection, a silent acknowledgement that they were all participants in this unfolding moment, bound together by the quiet magic of the returning light. Ilara felt this connection deeply. The gentle warmth spreading through her was not just a physical sensation, it was an emotional resonance, a feeling of belonging that permeated her entire being. She had come to the peak seeking answers, seeking strength, seeking a way to navigate the uncertainties of her life. What she found was not an external solution, but an internal attunement, a way of being that allowed her to perceive the world with a clarity and a depth she had never imagined. The returning light was not just the sun's ascent, it was a reflection of her own inner awakening, a tangible manifestation of the quiet revolution that had taken place within her. Old Joran watched the birds begin to stir in the sparse trees dotting the mountainside. Their calls, at first hesitant and tentative, grew in confidence, weaving a delicate melody into the growing light. He remembered a time when the dawn had been a harsh alarm, a summons to face the day's rigors. Now it was a song, a gentle symphony that spoke of renewal and possibility. The birds were not merely greeting the sun, they were singing to the world, and in their joyous outpouring, Joran heard an echo of his own reawakened spirit. The years of hardship had taught him resilience, but this quiet dawn was teaching him receptivity, the profound strength that came from yielding, from listening, from allowing the world to unfold itself to him. Lyra closed her eyes, allowing the soft light to filter through her eyelids. She felt the life force of the ancient tree beneath her hand pulse in time with her own heartbeat, a slow, steady rhythm that spoke of enduring strength and quiet wisdom. The mountain itself seemed to breathe, a slow, deep respiration that filled the air with a subtle scent of damp earth and awakening flora. This was not a dramatic revelation, but a deep, abiding communion, a recognition of her place within the grand, intricate web of existence. The returning light was simply the visible manifestation of this unseen connection, a gentle affirmation that she was not an isolated entity, but an integral part of a living, breathing world. The young man found himself looking at the faces of those around him, seeing not a group of strangers, but a community united by a shared experience. The skepticism that had once clouded his vision had been replaced by a quiet wonder, a dawning realization that the world held a depth and a beauty that had been hidden from him by his own internal barriers. He saw the light reflected in their eyes, a soft glow that spoke of inner peace and newfound hope. He understood that their collective stillness had not just changed their perception of the world, It had changed their perception of each other, transforming them from isolated individuals into a unified whole. The woman, no longer lost in her anxious thoughts, felt a profound sense of peace settle over her. The gentle light that now bathed the landscape seemed to dissolve the lingering shadows of her worries, replacing them with a quiet sense of acceptance. She saw the intricate beauty in the smallest details: the dewdrop clinging to a blade of grass, the delicate pattern of lichen on a rock, and realized that her focus had been so narrow, so self absorbed, that she had missed the exquisite richness of the world around her. The returning light was a gentle invitation to expand her vision, to embrace the present moment, and to find solace in the quiet beauty of existence. Stone Eye saw that the true dawn was not merely the ascent of the sun, but the blossoming of awareness within his people. The soft light that now illuminated the peak was a reflection of the inner light that had begun to glow within each of them. It was a testament to their courage, their willingness to embrace the unknown, and their deep commitment to the practice of stillness. He knew that the journey was far from over, that the challenges of the day would test their newfound receptivity. But he also knew that they were now equipped with a profound understanding of their connection to the world, a connection that would sustain them through whatever lay ahead. As the sun finally broke the horizon, it did so not with a blinding flash, but with a slow, deliberate unveiling. The light was softer, warmer than they remembered, imbued with a gentle luminescence that felt less like an external force and more like an internal unfolding. The long period of darkness had not been an absence of light, but a time of quiet preparation, a period of introspection that had recalibrated their senses, allowing them to perceive the world with a new depth and clarity. The mountains, previously stark silhouettes against the deep indigo sky, now revealed their intricate textures, their rugged contours softened by the tender hues of dawn. The granite faces seemed to absorb the light, glowing with a muted warmth, while the sparse vegetation clinging to their slopes took on a richer, more vibrant hue of green. The air itself seemed to vibrate with a gentle energy, a subtle hum that spoke of awakening life. The birds, which had been silent through the deepest hours of the night, began to stir. Their first calls were hesitant, tentative notes, like hesitant fingers testing the strings of a forgotten instrument. But as the light grew, so did their confidence, their melodies weaving a tapestry of sound that filled the stillness. It was a chorus of awakening, a symphony of renewal that resonated not just in their ears, but in their very souls. For Ilara, the bird song was a confirmation, a validation of the subtle shifts she had felt within herself. The melodies were not just random sounds, they were a language, a vibrant expression of the world's inherent joy, a joy that was now accessible to her, not through force, but through gentle receptivity. She felt a deep sense of harmony, a feeling of being perfectly attuned to the natural rhythm of the world, a feeling that transcended mere observation and bloomed into true participation. Old Joran, whose weathered face was etched with the stories of countless harsh dawns, felt a different kind of light bathing his skin. It was a warmth that seeped not from a distant celestial body, but from the very core of his being, a gentle radiance that mirrored the softening of his own inner landscape. He had spent a lifetime bracing against the world, expecting hardship, and the sun's return had always been a signal to gird himself for the day's battles. But this dawn was different. It was an invitation, a gentle beckoning, and the chorus of birdsong was not a demand to rise and strive, but a soft melody that encouraged a deeper listening. He saw the dew glistening on the sparse mountain grasses, each droplet a tiny prism catching and refracting the nascent light, and he realized that his focus had always been on the grand, overwhelming spectacle rather than the exquisite beauty of the small, the subtle, the easily overlooked. Lyra, her hand still resting against the ancient, weathered bark of the tree, felt a subtle vibration travel up her arm, a responsive thrum that spoke of a deep, interwoven life. The light that now touched the leaves was not a harsh illumination, but a gentle caress, highlighting the intricate patterns of veins and the soft, velvety texture of the moss. She felt a profound sense of belonging, not as a solitary observer, but as an integral part of the living, breathing mountain. The birdsong was a testament to this interconnectedness, each trill and warble a thread in the vast tapestry of existence. And she, in her stillness, was finally able to perceive the entirety of the weave. Her practice had not conjured this connection, it had simply opened her to receive the world's own inherent radiance, a radiance that pulsed through every living thing, waiting patiently to be acknowledged. The young man, his earlier cynicism softened by a nascent wonder, found himself captivated by the subtle interplay of light and shadow on the mountain slopes. The harshness of the night had been replaced by a soft diffusion, a gentle blending of colors that felt both familiar and profoundly new. The birdsong, which he had dismissed as mere background noise in his previous state, now seemed to carry a message, a sweet lament, and a joyous affirmation woven together. He realized that his previous state of mind had been like a closed fist, unable to grasp the delicate offerings of the world. Now, his palm was open, and the world was filling it with its quiet wonders. The returning light wasn't just illuminating the physical landscape, it was illuminating the landscape of his own inner world, revealing hidden depths and nascent possibilities. The woman, her anxious thoughts finally quieted, felt the gentle warmth on her skin as a soothing balm. The world, which had seemed overwhelming and chaotic when viewed through the lens of her inner turmoil, now appeared in a new light, a light that revealed a quiet beauty and an underlying order. The birdsong was not an intrusion, but a gentle melody that seemed to harmonize with the slow, steady rhythm of her own reawakened breath. She saw the intricate details of the mountain surface, the subtle variations in color and texture, and realized that her previous focus had been so intensely inward that she had been blind to the exquisite artistry of the world around her. The dawn was not just a meteorological event, it was a gentle unveiling, a profound invitation to perceive the world with a renewed sense of wonder and acceptance. Stone Eye observed these subtle shifts, the dawning awareness in the eyes of his people, the quiet smiles that touched their lips. He saw not a sudden transformation, but a gradual unfolding, a gentle blooming that was far more enduring than any abrupt change. The returning light was not a victory, but a partnership, a testament to the deep connection they had cultivated with the natural world. He understood that the true strength of his people lay not in their ability to conquer the elements, but in their capacity to harmonize with them, to find their place within the grand, cyclical dance of existence. The soft glow on the horizon was a promise, a gentle whisper of the profound transformations that were possible when one chose receptivity over resistance, stillness over struggle. The light continued its gentle ascent, painting the sky with a palette of soft pastels that bled seamlessly into one another. Gone was the harsh, almost aggressive brilliance of sunrises past. This was a light that invited, that soothed, that spoke of a deep, inherent wisdom. The birds, as if sensing this shift in the atmosphere, began to awaken in earnest. Their calls, initially tentative chirps and short, questioning whistles, soon swelled into a burgeoning chorus. It was not a cacophony, but a symphony, each individual voice contributing to a collective melody that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the mountain. This sound was profoundly resonant, not just for its beauty, but for its authenticity. It was the pure expression of life, awakening, unburdened by expectation or fear. Ilara felt this resonance deep within her chest, a vibration that seemed to align perfectly with the burgeoning birdsong. The light, as it touched her skin, felt like a warm embrace, and the melodic calls of the birds seemed to carry a message directly to her soul, a message of continuity and belonging. She realized that her past dawns had been observed rather than experienced. She had watched the sun rise, a passive spectator to a grand spectacle. But this dawn was different. This dawn was felt. It was a participation, a moment where the inner and outer worlds converged, where the stillness she had cultivated was met with the gentle unfolding of the world's own inherent life. The birds were not merely singing, they were singing to her, and in their song, she heard the echo of her own awakened spirit. The clarity of their notes was matched by a newfound clarity within her, a quiet understanding that she was not separate from this vibrant symphony, but an integral part of its unfolding melody. Old Joran, whose hands were calloused from a lifetime of wrestling with the earth, found his gaze drawn to the intricate details of the emerging landscape. The harsh lines that had defined his perception for so long seemed to soften, blurring into a more nuanced and complex reality. The birdsong, so clear and pure, cut through the lingering echoes of past struggles, carrying with it a sense of peace that he hadn't known was possible. He saw how the light played on the rough texture of the rocks, revealing hidden veins of quartz and mica that had been invisible in the starkness of the night. He realized that his years had been spent fighting the shadows, not recognizing the beauty that even the deepest darkness held, and the gentle unfolding of this dawn was teaching him to appreciate the subtle gifts of light that had always been present, waiting to be perceived. The birds' voices were not a call to arms, but a soothing balm, a reminder that even in the face of hardship, life's enduring song continued. Lyra, her connection to the ancient tree deepening with each passing moment, felt the subtle vibration of its life force intertwine with the rising bird song. The light that now touched its leaves was a gentle dusting of gold, revealing the intricate patterns of its veins and the soft, mossy texture of its bark. It was as if the tree itself was singing, its silent song amplified by the avian choir. She felt a profound sense of peace, a deep-rooted belonging that extended from the earth beneath her feet, through the tree, and out to the vast expanse of the sky. The birds were not just singers, they were messengers, carrying the vibrant pulse of life across the awakening landscape. And Lyra, in her stillness, was finally able to receive their message, to feel herself woven into the very fabric of existence. The young man, the skepticism that had clouded his vision, now a fading memory, found himself captivated by the sheer, unadorned beauty of the scene. The hesitant bird calls, growing in confidence, were like a gentle caress on his newly opened senses. He had been searching for grand pronouncements, for earth-shattering revelations, but what he found was far more profound: the quiet, persistent song of life itself. He realized that his previous state of being had been so consumed by internal noise that he had been deaf to the world's constant, gentle symphony. Now, the world was speaking to him, and in its voice, he heard a profound sense of acceptance and hope. The light, too, felt different. It wasn't just illuminating the external world, but the internal one, revealing paths and possibilities that had been obscured by his own self-imposed darkness. The woman, her anxious thoughts finally silenced, felt a deep sense of calm settle over her. The light, now softly bathing the mountain slopes, seemed to dissolve the lingering anxieties that had plagued her, replacing them with a quiet sense of wonder. The bird song, initially a faint murmur, grew into a vibrant chorus, and she realized that her internal clamor had been so loud that it had drowned out this beautiful, inherent melody of the world. As her own inner quiet grew, so did her ability to hear. She saw the intricate beauty in the dew-kissed grasses, the subtle variations in the rock formations, and realized that the world had been offering these gifts all along, waiting for her to simply be still enough to receive them. The birds were not just singing, they were weaving a tapestry of sound that brought a profound sense of peace to her heart, a peace that mirrored the gentle unfolding of the dawn. Stone Eye observed these subtle yet significant transformations. He saw not a forceful imposition of will, but a gentle alignment, a harmonious attunement to the natural rhythms of existence. The returning light was not a prize to be won, but a consequence of their deepened receptivity, a testament to their courage in embracing the quiet strength of stillness. He understood that the true awakening was not merely the ascent of the sun, but the blossoming of awareness within each individual, the realization that they were not separate from the world, but an intrinsic part of its grand, unfolding symphony. The bird's song was a confirmation, a resonant echo of the inner peace that had taken root, promising that even in the quietest dawn, the most profound music could be found. The sun, when it finally crested the jagged line of the eastern peaks, did so with a soft, diffused radiance. It wasn't the harsh, commanding glare of past dawns, but a gentle luminescence, a warm embrace that seeped into the very soul. The long night had been a period of quiet introspection, a time for the world and for the people gathered on the peak to recalibrate, to shed the clamor, and find a deeper resonance. Now, as the light expanded, it revealed not a world abruptly jolted into wakefulness, but one gracefully stirring from a deep, restorative slumber. The birds, as if sensing this profound shift, began to stir in the sparse, resilient trees clinging to the mountainside. Their first notes were hesitant, tentative chirps, like shy inquiries into the new day. But as the light grew bolder, so did their song. The hesitant chirps blossomed into a rich, layered chorus, a symphony of trills and warbles that seemed to emanate from the very essence of the mountain. This was not a cacophony of random sounds, but a structured melody, a harmonious weaving of individual voices into a collective expression of awakening life. For Ilara, the bird song was more than just sound. It was a confirmation, a tangible manifestation of the inner stillness she had cultivated. The delicate melodies seemed to resonate with the quiet pulse within her own being, each note a gentle affirmation that she was not merely observing the dawn, but participating in it. Her breath deepened, syncing with the rhythm of the birds, and in that shared breath, she felt a profound sense of connection to the natural world, a connection that transcended mere sight and sound, touching the very core of her existence. The light, in its gentleness, felt like an understanding, a silent acknowledgement of the journey she had undertaken. Old Joran, his eyes weathered by countless dawns, felt a profound difference in this one. The returning light was not a signal to brace for the day's hardships, but a gentle invitation to simply be. He had spent so much of his life fighting the shadows, expecting the worst, that he had become blind to the subtle beauty that even the darkest night held. Now, the dawn was not an enemy to be conquered, but a friend to be welcomed. The bird song, so clear and pure, cut through the lingering echoes of his past struggles, offering a melody of peace that he hadn't realized he was craving. He saw the intricate patterns of lichen on the rocks, illuminated by the soft, diffused light, and realized that his focus had always been on the grand, overwhelming spectacle rather than the exquisite detail that made the world truly alive. The birds were not just singing, they were weaving a tapestry of sound that spoke of resilience, of renewal and of a deep, abiding connection to the earth itself, a connection he was finally beginning to feel. Lyra, her hand resting lightly against the ancient, gnarled bark of the tree, felt a subtle vibration travel up her arm, a responsive thrum that spoke of a deep, interwoven life. The light that now touched the leaves was not a harsh illumination, but a gentle caress, highlighting the intricate patterns of veins and the soft, mossy texture of its bark. It was as if the tree itself was singing, its silent song amplified by the avian choir. She felt a profound sense of peace, a deep-rooted belonging that extended from the earth beneath her feet through the tree and out to the vast expanse of the sky. The birds were not just singers, they were messengers, carrying the vibrant pulse of life across the awakening landscape. And Lyra, in her stillness, was finally able to receive their message, to feel herself woven into the very fabric of existence. The light was a soft validation, a gentle confirmation that her inner quietude had opened her to the world's own silent song. The young man, the skepticism that had clouded his vision, now a fading memory, found himself captivated by the sheer, unadorned beauty of the scene. The hesitant bird calls, growing in confidence, were like a gentle caress on his newly opened senses. He had been searching for grand pronouncements, for earth-shattering revelations, but what he found was far more profound. The quiet, persistent song of life itself. He realized that his previous state of being had been so consumed by internal noise that he had been deaf to the world's constant, gentle symphony. Now, the world was speaking to him, and in its voice, he heard a profound sense of acceptance and hope. The light, too, felt different. It wasn't just illuminating the external world, but the internal one, revealing paths and possibilities that had been obscured by his own self-imposed darkness. The bird's song was a pure expression, a melody untainted by the need to prove or to demand, and in its simplicity, he found a truth that resonated deeper than any argument he had ever constructed. The woman, her anxious thoughts finally silenced, felt a deep sense of calm settle over her. The light, now softly bathing the mountain slopes, seemed to dissolve the lingering anxieties that had plagued her, replacing them with a quiet sense of wonder. The bird song, initially a faint murmur, grew into a vibrant chorus, and she realized that her internal clamor had been so loud that it had drowned out this beautiful, inherent melody of the world. As her own inner quiet grew, so did her ability to hear. She saw the intricate beauty in the dew-kissed grasses, the subtle variations in the rock formations, and realized that the world had been offering these gifts all along, waiting for her to simply be still enough to receive them. The birds were not just singing, they were weaving a tapestry of sound that brought a profound sense of peace to her heart, a peace that mirrored the gentle unfolding of the dawn. Her practice had not created this sound, but it had made her receptive to its presence, to its inherent beauty, and to the deep sense of connection it fostered. Stone Eye observed these subtle yet significant transformations. He saw not a forceful imposition of will, but a gentle alignment, a harmonious attunement to the natural rhythms of existence. The returning light was not a prize to be won, but a consequence of their deepened receptivity, a testament to their courage in embracing the quiet strength of stillness. He understood that the true awakening was not merely the ascent of the sun, but the blossoming of awareness within each individual, the realization that they were not separate from the world, but an intrinsic part of its grand, unfolding symphony. The bird's song was a confirmation, a resonant echo of the inner peace that had taken root, promising that even in the quietest dawn, the most profound music could be found. It was a testament to the fact that by turning their focus inward, by cultivating a deep receptivity, they had not only prepared themselves to witness the dawn, but to truly hear its song. This was the dawn of their own inner light, reflected in the gentle rise of the sun and carried on the wings of the bird's awakening melody. The collective exhalation of relief that rippled through the gathered people was as palpable as the returning warmth of the sun. The great stillness, once a trial that had tested the very limits of their endurance, now settled into memory not as a period of hardship, but as a crucible from which a deeper understanding had been forged. They looked at each other, their faces etched with a shared experience, and saw not just the relief of survival, but the quiet glow of a profound lesson learned. It was a lesson that spoke of a strength far more enduring than that born of hurried action or forceful will, a strength rooted in the fertile soil of patience, introspection, and an unwavering receptivity to the world around them. The memory of the unmoving shadow, that vast, inscrutable presence that had seemed to swallow all light and sound, still lingered at the edges of their consciousness. It was a potent reminder that periods of darkness, of apparent stagnation, were not necessarily endings. Instead, they were often veiled opportunities, quiet invitations to deepen their listening, to turn their gaze inward, and discover the reserves of light that resided within, a light capable of navigating even the longest, most oppressive night. This was not a light that blazed and demanded attention, but a gentle, persistent ember that, when nurtured through stillness, could illuminate the path forward. Ilara, her heart still thrumming with the resonance of the awakening dawn, felt the truth of this lesson settle within her like a warm stone. Her own journey to this peak had been fueled by a restless desire for immediate answers, for decisive action to dispel the shadows that had loomed in her life. She had sought a swift victory, a triumphant dawn that would banish all doubt. Instead, she had been gifted the profound power of waiting, of observing, of allowing the world and herself to unfold at their own pace. The great stillness had forced her to confront her impatience, to acknowledge the wisdom in restraint, and to discover that true progress was often made not by pushing forward, but by yielding, by becoming receptive to the subtle currents of change. The birdsong that now filled the air was not a signal to begin the day's endeavors with renewed urgency, but a gentle melody that reminded her that the world's rhythm was not dictated by human haste, but by a deeper, more patient cadence. She understood now that the absence of outward movement did not equate to a lack of inner growth. In fact, it was precisely in that stillness, in that unhurried observation, that the most profound transformations could occur. The great stillness had been a period of fertile dormancy, of the quiet gathering of inner resources, and the dawn was merely the gentle unfurling of what had been nurtured in the dark. Old Joran, his gaze fixed on the receding shadows that now clung to the valleys below, felt a profound sense of peace wash over him. He had been a man who measured his worth by his deeds, by the tangible results of his labor, by his ability to conquer the challenges that life threw his way. The great stillness had been an affront to his very nature. It had demanded a surrender of his usual methods, a cessation of his ceaseless striving. For a long time, he had railed against it, feeling a gnawing sense of uselessness, of being adrift without purpose. But as he had slowly, painstakingly learned to listen to the silence, to observe the subtle shifts in the atmosphere, to simply be without the need to do, something within him had begun to shift. He discovered that patience was not idleness, but a form of active engagement with the present moment, a deep listening that required more strength than any outward struggle. The memory of the unmoving shadow was no longer a symbol of his failure to act, but a testament to his capacity to endure, to find resilience not in action, but in the quiet strength of his own being. He realized that the periods of darkness in his life, much like the long night that had just passed, had served a vital purpose: to strip away the superficial, to reveal the enduring core of his spirit, and to teach him the invaluable lesson that sometimes the greatest victories were achieved not by fighting, but by waiting, by observing, and by trusting in the eventual return of the light. The dawn, with its gentle chorus of birds, was a sweet confirmation that his patience had not been in vain, and that even in the deepest quiet, life's persistent song continued. Lyra, her hand still resting on the ancient tree, felt the enduring strength that permeated its roots, a strength that spoke of centuries of patient growth, of weathering countless storms, and of drawing sustenance from the very heart of the earth. The great stillness had been a mirror to this ancient wisdom. It had demanded a similar patience from her, a willingness to remain rooted, to observe the subtle cycles of growth and dormancy without succumbing to the urge for immediate results. She had learned that true connection was not forged through forceful assertion, but through a gentle attunement, a receptive stillness that allowed the natural world to reveal its secrets. The memory of the unmoving shadow, which had once felt like a suffocating blanket, now seemed like a period of profound internal germination. It had been a time when the seeds of her own potential, sown in moments of quiet contemplation, had begun to stir beneath the surface. preparing for their eventual bloom. The dawn was not an end to the darkness, but a natural progression, a gentle unfolding that celebrated the quiet resilience she had discovered within herself. She understood that the strength she sought was not in the outward display of power, but in the inner fortitude cultivated through patient waiting, through deep listening, and through an unwavering trust in the inherent rhythms of life. The birdsong was a sweet lullaby, a confirmation that the world, in its infinite patience, had waited for her to find her own voice, to join its eternal song. The young man, his earlier skepticism now a distant echo, looked out at the vast panorama of the mountains, his gaze no longer seeking dramatic pronouncements, but finding solace in the subtle unfolding of the day. The great stillness had challenged his need for external validation, for grand displays of power that would silence his inner doubts. It had forced him to confront his own impatience, his tendency to equate stillness with inactivity, and to recognize the profound potency that lay within periods of quiet observation. He remembered the gnawing frustration of those days, the feeling of being stuck, of waiting for a sign that never seemed to arrive. But in that waiting, in that forced introspection, he had begun to hear a different kind of voice, his own. He had learned to trust his own inner compass, to find strength not in the opinions of others, but in the quiet conviction that grew from within. The memory of the unmoving shadow was no longer a symbol of his helplessness, but a testament to his ability to find inner light even when the external world offered none. He saw now that the true dawn was not the spectacular rise of the sun, but the quiet illumination that occurred within the heart when one was willing to wait, to listen, and to embrace the inherent beauty of the present moment. The bird song was not a call to action, but a gentle reminder that even in the deepest silence, life's most beautiful melodies could be found. His journey had been one of shedding the need for external force and embracing the quiet power of internal receptivity. The woman, her mind finally free from the incessant chatter of anxiety, found a profound peace in the gentle spread of the dawn. The great stillness had been a terrifying ordeal, a period when her own internal turmoil had seemed to mirror the perceived stillness of the external world. She had yearned for an escape, for a quick resolution that would banish the shadows of her worries. Instead, she had been guided towards a deeper understanding of her own capacity for resilience. She had learned that by turning her attention inward, by cultivating a quiet space within herself, she could find a sanctuary that was impervious to the storms of external circumstance. The memory of the unmoving shadow was no longer a source of dread, but a gentle reminder of the strength she had discovered in her own stillness. She realized that the world's rhythm was not inherently chaotic, but that her own anxious perspective had distorted her perception. The great stillness had been a gift, an enforced period of quiet reflection that had allowed her to see the beauty that lay dormant beneath the surface of her own disquiet. The dawn was not an end to the darkness, but a natural, beautiful consequence of the light she had cultivated within. The birdsong was a sweet affirmation, a melody that resonated with the newfound peace in her heart, a testament to the fact that even after the longest night, the song of life always returned. Stone Eye, observing the quiet transformations in his people, felt a deep sense of fulfillment. He had guided them through the great stillness, not with forceful commands, but with gentle encouragement, with unwavering faith in their capacity to learn and to grow. He saw that the true victory was not in overcoming an external obstacle, but in the internal shift that had occurred within each of them. They had learned that strength was not always found in the outward display of power, but in the quiet fortitude of patience, in the deep wisdom of introspection, and in the unwavering embrace of receptivity. The memory of the unmoving shadow, once a symbol of their collective struggle, was now a cherished lesson, a reminder that periods of apparent darkness were not curses, but sacred opportunities for deeper listening, for the discovery of inner light, and for the cultivation of a resilience that could weather any storm. The dawn, with its soft embrace, was not just the rising of the sun, it was the blossoming of awareness within his people, a testament to their courage in embracing the quiet power of stillness. He knew that the journey ahead would bring its own challenges, but he also knew that they were now equipped with a profound understanding of the enduring strength found in patience, a strength that would guide them through every season of light and shadow. The world, they had learned, was not a battlefield to be conquered, but a garden to be tended, and its most beautiful blooms often emerged after the longest, quietest periods of waiting. They had found, in the heart of the stillness, the seed of their own enduring light.